What's up, guys? How's everybody doing? YouTube had a delayed notification that we started there. What up, Unfair Bear, Roni? What up, Bell Peppers? How you guys doing? What up, Shadow? How you doing, man? Nice, bro. Nicely timed. We got a big session today, too. Ronin on stream. Ronin on stream. Today's gonna be, man, today's gonna be insane. 170 LDs, 2,500 scrolls. How long did you save, Ronin? How long were you saving, bro? Ooh, that's got some potential. Attack with crit damage taken. Okay, pass. Pass. Bro, I actually have COVID for the first time as well. I got COVID. Well, I got it last Saturday. I know where I got it. I started getting sick on Monday, so this is day 5 for me, or day 5 or day 6. I don't know. But yeah, so I'm in quarantine, and I'm gonna do my best not to like cough on stream. That's my big goal. Is I'm hoping that I can like not cough into the microphone because I don't have like a quick, easy way to mute the mic. So hopefully your symptoms are not too bad, man. Hopefully you're doing well. But if my energy seems a little bit off today, that's gonna be a direct result of that of the COVID there. I was fortunate. I did not have a fever. Did not get the fever. I had the body aches were the worst for me by far. Body aches were not fun. I feel like maybe this is keepable. Maybe. Let's see what it comes up with. Got the triple. Got the triple. Not the max there, but 14 is not bad. Okay. Bring that up to 12. Wojo drop in the member chat, says glad to see you're feeling better. Wojo, thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I would say I'm actually, to be honest, I'm probably about the same. There was one day, so like Monday night I started to get a little sick. Tuesday I slept for like 26 out of 30 hours or something. It was insane, man. I just slept and I had no energy. I couldn't keep my eyes open. And then when I woke up, I was feeling the symptoms. I took a test on Tuesday. It was negative, but obviously, I mean, I was sick. So Wednesday, I woke up. I was feeling the symptoms, the body aches, and all that. And then we started finding out. So over the weekend, Laura and I went to a baby shower of a friend. And we've started finding out that everybody at the baby shower tested positive. So I tested again Wednesday, and there you go. But yeah, it's I mean, it hasn't been too bad for me. It hasn't been fun, obviously, but it hasn't been too bad. I think I'm probably fortunate. I mean, obviously, I'm vaccinated, I'm boosted. That I'm sure helped quite a bit as well. So in the meantime, Ronan says he's saved for a year and a half, guys. A year and a half. Yeah, last year's stuff? Yeah, well, last year I managed to avoid it. This year I did not. Alright, so we're getting Ronan's login info right now. No special league to do while we get set up today, obviously, and no RTA. I guess we could run a few arena wings just to push up. I won't rush tonight. Ooh, you outsped me, huh? Good thing Triton's not good on... Well, Triton's AI is bad. It's a good thing Triton's AI is bad. Ooh. I got G2. I took a G2 for Special League. Like, I don't know that I could have made G3 anyway. I probably couldn't have because it's top 100. So that would have been a real stretch. My best finish in Special League is rank 220. So I think G3 is possible, but with the COVID, I decided not to rune stuff up, and I just like really screwed around. And there you go. Yeah, I was just basically screwing around a lot. No, like everything was manual builds. It was all done in like 30 seconds, and then I just did enough to get G2 and stop there. Jack, we'll be starting summons here in probably 10 to 15 minutes. I'm getting the login info for Ronan's account right now, And by the way, Ronan, please check Discord. And then we're just going to give people a couple minutes to find stream, but it's a big session, man. It is a huge session, so we're going to be getting started pretty early on. Kashmir and Tayor on a 10 pull. Bro, huge grats on the Oliver, man. Kashmir is kind of a rip. Tayor is underrated. Won't do a lot for you because there's the thing with Tayor is what he does is really good. There's just units that do it better. But Tayor is still like, if you don't have those units, the Tayor is still really underrated. Kashmir is trash. Not to like be harsh on your new unit, but Kashmir is just trash. He's a worse Daphnis, and I'm not a fan of Daphnis. But obviously the Oliver, man, that's game changing. That's game changing. Ooh, we gotta kill Nagong, don't we? I didn't even pay attention to this defense. Alright, so this is gonna take an hour and a half to kill an Achroma with a bomber team. So Jack, it literally is trash. I don't know if you've ever seen this. Oh, see, if you don't have Poseidon, that's basically the one. So if you don't have Poseidon, Tayor is a good sub. Yeah, Chung is better. Chung is still better, but Tayor is a good sub. So Jack, if you come down here in the bottom corner and you click on this little question mark that says rate. Actually, no, the special summon rate is gonna be here. No, yeah, it's down here. So you click on the rate right here and you can see that. What do we get? We get 0.06% chance on a mystical scroll. That's what the special summon gives you. And then on the normal summon, it's 0.02%. So it's roughly triple the rate, but it's still only 0.06% chance. It is trash. Bro, huge grats on the chung, Nikolai. Ooh, I should have switched teams there. I think I still outspeed, but... Actually, Shadow, yeah, Poseidon is very replaceable in most cases with either Chung or Taeor. Alright guys, so for Ronin, the most wanted is going to be Ciara, but with 2,500 scrolls, bro, I need a bigger list than that. Give me like a top 5. Give me a top 5. So Nikolai, we haven't started yet. I'm getting logged in right now. I'm getting logged into Ronin's account right now. Bro, Vlad, it is insane, man. I don't know, whatever this variant is. Okay, so Vlad, I've got COVID right now. I think you got onto stream late. I've had COVID, I caught COVID on Saturday. Obviously my girlfriend has it. Pretty much everybody I know has COVID right now. Including... so like, most of my staff at work have COVID and we haven't seen each other, so it didn't come from each other. So, like, my staff at work all have COVID and we all work from home and we caught it from different places. I caught COVID last Saturday. My girlfriend's daughter has COVID. Like, whatever this new variant is, it is just insane. All these people I know who either never had it or hadn't had it in ages all caught it at the exact same time, and that's like kind of disturbing actually, because this new variant, I think they're calling it like BA 2.75 or 274, something like that. It's concerning, man. Like, I mean, fortunately, it seems to be, you know, for those, especially for those of us who are vaccinated and boosted, it's not fun, but it's not, you know, life-threatening. But man, it's concerning that this new variant is like getting people that quickly, I guess. I don't know how to say it, but just kind of came out of nowhere. Like, you know, I managed to go all this time without ever getting COVID. So that, I mean, the thing is, Kang, if you've gotten vaccinated, that's the same thing. And there really is no such thing as a natural immunity. With the new variant, they're saying that it like evades past immunity, the same as the vaccinations. For me, it was good to have it because now I know what to expect. Like, this is my first time having it. You never know if you're one of those people who's going to react to it so much worse. So, like Vlad said, he's got sore throat, neck pain, congestion. So I don't have the congestion. I did not have the fever. My throat is absolutely on fire. Like, the sore throat is really not fun. And the first day, I had these body aches that were not fun. They were brutal. But it was also stuff that, I mean, it was all stuff that you could ignore. Like, it's not fun, right? But it's all stuff you can ignore. Life goes on. The only thing I couldn't really ignore was the lethargy. I was just so tired for several days, but like, I had Very little issue with respiration, which is the scary thing for me, like where people talk about not being able to breathe. I had very little of that. A couple of days my chest got tight for like 5 minutes, and it was nothing. Usually it was just because I like walked up the stairs quickly and some, you know, like it was nothing. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about, bell peppers. Everyone's got it right now. It's insane. This new variant, man, it's really concerning. All right, guys, we are on Ronan's account. So Ronan, as we're talking about COVID here, obviously we are gonna bring the energy, man. We're gonna do our best to bring the energy. When we're done with this session, I'll go to sleep for a month. But guys, this is gonna be one of the bigger sessions I think I've ever done. Certainly one of the biggest sessions on stream, like one of the top 3 biggest. So 23 all attribute scrolls, 55 legendary scrolls. We're 7 pieces short from 56. We have 172 LD scrolls. This is 449, 677, something like that. Just about 2,500 regular summons. So obviously we are going to be doing the new monster summons. Now, what Ronan has said is that we are not going to be doing the buyback scrolls on the bonus ones, just in case there is a collab coming up later on. So we're going to do the summons that we have in front of us, starting with a bang. Oh, okay, starting with a spark, though. Starting with a spark. But we're going to do the summons we have in front. Whoa, what? Bro! Dude, I misclicked! That was not supposed to be an LD scroll! That was not supposed to be an LD scroll, man. It doesn't matter that it's a dupe. That's actually a dupe that you build, man. That's a good dupe. I was on all attribute. That was supposed to be a regular mystical, but that's okay, man. That's a solid dupe. That is a solid dupe. Alright, bro, huge congrats. That's an awesome start to the session. That was legit supposed to be mystical. But that was a good start to the session regardless. So let's try this again. Oh man, that's just funny. That's how you start the session. I didn't even get to open up the betting yet, and we're already popping out mollies, man. All right, so Ronan says, most wanted here. Ronan saved for 1.5 years, by the way, guys. 1.5 years of savings. Most wanted are going to be Woonsa. Probably means Woosa. Yeah, Woosa, Gani, Abellio, and then Karnal, Sagar, and Odin. So Woosa, Gani, Abellio, Karnal, Sagar, and Odin. We're going to go ahead and open up some betting as well. Let's see. So we'll do next nat 5, fire. Wire? No. We're going to go fire, wind, water, LD5, pace, LD5 can't pay 30 to 1 because we have 200 scrolls, right? LD5 pays 3 to 1. We'll do LD5 pays 3 to 1. Bell peppers, yeah, I'm still in Mexico. I actually just re-signed my lease, so I'll have been here a year later this month, and I just re-signed another year lease. Can't believe the year passed that quickly, man, actually, wow. As I'm saying it out loud, I'm like, wow, that's really fast. Alright, guys, so, no nat 5s, but we popped a molly on the very first scroll. It was a misclick scroll, but it was still a molly. Here's our first non-molly spark. Logan was my Special League MVP, bro. My win rate with Logan in Special League was probably 90%. I only ruined him up the last day just for the G2 push, but man, Logan is OP for Special League. If I hadn't gotten COVID, I probably would have done a video on him and actually like showcased him. But For those who don't know what Logan does, which is probably most people in the game, his skill 3 is a guaranteed crit, which means that he counters Susano and Rigel, which were all the meta in this special league. So all you had to do was pick stuff that would like encourage the opponent to get Susano or Rigel drafted, like bring a Vertihile. Then they bring those water units, then you bring the Logan, and you either have a force ban or you can just one-shot all their water units. Logan can also skill cycle. He can actually turn cycle from skill 3 to 2 to 1. And then with a proc, he can do it again, so he can take an insane amount of turns. Nice, Shadowplies. I just got back from Cancun. We went there for vacation at the start of June. Did you beat me in Special League playtime? No worries, man. I'm glad you got the win. Hopefully that means that you pulled a G2 finish also. As long as you didn't drop an emote, you don't need to apologize. The only people who ever need to apologize are the ones who emote. What up, Skylover? How you doing? I didn't take, I messed around a lot in Special League. Max bet's only 100. No, max bet should be 1,000. Whoops. My bad. Yeah, I messed around with a lot of different stuff. It was all pretty quick manual builds, just testing stuff. Logan was definitely the most successful test. I don't know if he'll still be as good next time around, because I don't know if Susano and Rigel will still be in the meta, but if I did try and make a serious push for G3, Logan would actually be heavy in my core. The Escher I ran was like 340. He was alright. I didn't really like the Swift Escher all that much, but that's because I didn't play a lot of CC. I did finally, I runed up Varisa for the last couple of days just because Varisa is so hard to deal with. She was pretty good also. I think Varisa's pretty good. Even for a turn 2 team, Varisa's pretty good because of that ignore defense on her skill 2. So Vinny, while you're correct, summon 1x1 is faster. Summoning 2,500 scrolls, my hand would fall off, bro. It seriously would. We'll probably do some 1x1s somewhere along the way because it is so many scrolls, but there's no way that I could just click 25. I mean, well, there is a way. I could click 2,500 times, but it would just destroy my hand. Yeah, see, Dusky is strong in Dusky is strong in Special League. That's the nice thing about Special League, is that it does give you a chance to mess around with different units. I wish that Special League ran concurrent to RTA, and I wish it went year-round so that you could just mess around. The other thing is I wish we had separate Special League runes, because I saved my JSON, so it won't be as big of a deal for me to rebuild my RTA team, but it's still going to be a headache. Alright, so apart from the Molly, we started off kind of slow there. We did get a few sparks, but feel like we're a little bit behind rates. Let's go ahead and let's put all this stuff away. Then let's get some farming going here. Should be one more monster island somewhere around here. This one maybe? This it? Looks like this is it. There we go. That gets 2. That's good enough. Ma should be on 100 crit rate in RTA. She should be at least 75, 80. I mean, man, it varies a lot, to be honest, so it depends on what kind of a build you're running. If you're going crit rate, if you're going crit damage, if you're going bruiser attack, I don't think there's a should be specifically for Masha. I think there's a lot of viable builds. But no matter what, she should have some. Like, she should have at least, 75, 80 in all of those builds I mentioned. Should give us the rune save option that we have outside of RTA. Yeah, exactly, Matthias. Exactly. They also need to have artifacts as part of the rune save at this point. Yeah, Tally. He does have crystals. So let me see. Get the verification from him that we can use the crystals for farming. So Nilom, I don't know if I believe the collab is coming or not. What I personally think, and this is no inside information, just a guess, I feel like the Battle Angels were supposed to be collaboration monsters, and the collaboration must have fallen apart in negotiations, and they just released the monsters. Because there was all this hype about collab monsters coming, and then new monsters come, and it seems unlikely that they would do new monsters twice super close together. That's a big money grab even for Com to us. Like, there needs to be some spacing between the new monsters being released. Artifact S3 recovery work on passive Kiki. Kiki absorbs. I don't know if absorbing is considered healing. So I honestly don't know, ASIC. I think you need to test that. I don't know the answer to give you, to be honest. But if I had to take my best guess, I would say no, because it's an absorb, not a heal. But, well, absorb is a heal. It's not a rebalance. So I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea, ASIC. I have no idea. I would have to test it. Let's see. So, Vinny, right now, I am rocking a... this one I've actually been really enjoying. This is a caramel butterscotch. That's what I've got. Ooh, man, the sparks are picking up, bro. By the way, the sparks are really picking up. Like, we started super slow, and then we just got back, like, just like that. Dragons will fail more than giants. Okay, so we'll switch up to giants as well. So starting the auto farming definitely helped out a little bit there. Now 5 time? All right. Okay, so if S3 recovery works with Halphus, then it would definitely work with Kiki because it's the same mechanic. Yeah, I never actually checked, but it makes sense then. You got nothing, Sky? What do you mean? What do you mean you got nothing? Well, we haven't pulled anything yet. We haven't paid anything yet. So Towley, that's just phrasing, but no, that's attack bar boosting. There's no artifacts that manipulate attack bar boost. That would actually be pretty OP. Kind of surprised they didn't do that. There are artifacts that manipulate attack bar and revive, but not attack bar reboosting. No new monsters? Oh, yeah, the summons did not go real well for me either, Sky. I did 3,000 mysticals. I got 1 battle angel. And overall, my rates were pretty crap through all of the summons. Bro, back to back! Okay. Alright. Alright, man. Rates are starting to turn. Well, not starting to turn. Rates have caught back up. Like, we started slow, but the rates are catching up. Now we just need that first nat 5. Let's actually figure out, so what are the rates? So we've got 2,500 scrolls, give or take. That's 12.5 nat 5s, right? So we have 12.5 nat 5s from regulars. Fifth Minato. Oh! Bro! On the most wanted list! That was on the most wanted list! Right out the gate, we pull an Odin! That was on the most wanted list. Alright, well, bro, I'm glad I didn't offer bets for most wanted because I almost did. You guys would have been getting paid huge odds right out the gate. Oh, huge congrats, man. Already pulled an Odin and a Molly. Already pulled an Odin and a Molly, so I guess now it doesn't matter, right? Like, we got one of the most wanted. We don't have to get anything else for the rest of the session, right? That's cool, right? That's fair? Alright, let's go ahead. Lock you. Lost the auto farm. Lost the auto farm. Where'd it go? There it is. Bro, huge congrats, Rojo. 27 speed, that's awesome. Vlad, the LD5 does not last until the end of the stream, no. So you probably you might wanna hold off on that one until we get down to LD scrolls. All right, so real quick, I just wanna figure out the rates. We just pulled our first Nat 5. So overall rates, we had the 6 all attributes. That was, we summoned 1. That's 23 and 55. That's 78. It's 14 to 1 again, so that's about 6, right? 60, 84, 5.5. So 5.5 from the legends. We've got 3 transcendent scrolls, so that's just 3, right? 4. We got 4. No, yeah, we have 3 transcendent scrolls, so that's 3. And then from the LDs, it's actually 0.5. It's a little more like 0.4 LDs. But as far as LD sparks go, we should have, so that's 54, 166, and then also one more, 1.5 here, right? So 166 is like 9 sparks or 10 sparks? Should have, LD is not above, right? Oh, here it is, LD scroll. So it's 0.35, right? No, it's 6%, 6%. Yeah, so it's 14 to 1, 60, no. 17 to 1, 17 to 1. So it's 1 every 17 scrolls on 166 plus the all attributes. So it's about 11 sparks. All right, guys. So this is rates. I'm actually gonna post this in chat. Oh, let's say expected rates. We'll call that expected rates. 12.5 Nat 5s, regulars. 5.5 Nat 5s, legends. 3 Nat 5s, trans. 0.4 LD 5s. And 11 sparks LDs. We'll go ahead and post that into chat. And that will actually let us see how we do at the end of the session. So far we've got one Nat 5, one LD 4. All right, so far we're at 1 Nat 5, 1 LD 4. Got 2 Light Giant Warriors, a Duke Grigo, and a Duke Dusky. Oh, Hands of Devil, that's brutal, bro. That one sucks. Yeah, that hurts. At least you got Sparks, but it still hurts. Should do something like guaranteed Nat 5 pull after an amount of summons like others do. Yeah, Towley, I would be in favor of a pity system as well. I more so for the LDs than for the regular scrolls, especially because they make scrolls so available. Like a bad session is frustrating, but it will come around. But the LDs, because the LDs are not that accessible, We really do need a pity system on them. And also, I think HOH should not be available off of LD scrolls. Actually, no, I can't say that because HOH goes back so far. It should be your option. You should be able to choose like HOH available or not. I don't know, man, because there's like actually decent HOH monsters that people who have not been playing for that long would have no other way to get them. So I guess HOH should be available on LD scrolls, but yeah, maybe like a your option thing, or I don't know. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying, Devil. Maybe it should be a separate spark rate. So we just said it's 17 to 1 to spark, right? Maybe there should be separate rates where it's like 30 to 1 to get an HOH spark or 30 to 1 to get a non-HOH spark, and like it's different sparks or something. I don't know. I don't know what it should be. I just know that it's frustrating when all you get is dupes. It's honestly more about the dupes than the sparks. Like, for me, I've gotten 15 Lumes, but I still don't freaking have a single Martina. Bearing was HOH. Yeah, that's actually, I'm sure I got my first bearing through HOH. Alright, back-to-back sparks. Back-to-back sparks. Overall, I haven't been tracking 4-star rates, but this is looking pretty solid overall. Wait, Sky, Nephthys was HOH? Yeah, I really don't know how you balance it to make it fair for everybody, and also not just make it too easy. But there should be something. We need something. Yeah, we need something. Maybe just maybe we need LD 4-star blessings. An LD 5-star blessing is kind of pointless, but an LD 4-star blessing, that might be what we need. Although then we would just have even more Martinas in the game, because people would be like, "Oh, I can get a new Natalie or my 5th Martina. I'll take that Martina." But yeah, we definitely need something. By the way, guys, just a reminder, we got a huge session today. So just about 100 watching. We've only got 13 likes so far. If you're enjoying the content, even if you're not enjoying the content, I don't care. Hit the like button either way. Do me a favor. Help us get a big stream, because the more people we have on stream, the more chat that we're going to have, the more engagement we're going to have, the more fun the stream is. That's how we get the big stream, is by the like buttons. And if we can get to 17,000 likes right now, I guarantee a Nat 5 LD. I figure that's pretty safe. Since I can't make the guarantees. Natalie is Light Assassin, I think. Vinny, thank you for the like, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, Sky, I want to know who those players are, because I'm sure not one of them. My LD collection has grown, but it's definitely not every month. And it's, as far as good ones, that's about once. The end. Once. Your Nephthys is still better than my best LD, Sky. What up, Colin? How you doing, man? Dude, that's insane, Jester. Huge congrats, man. Back-to-back LD5s. I've only really ever seen that once or twice. Only ever heard of that. I've never seen it. I've only ever heard of it once or twice. I did summon 3 LD5s 3 days in a row, but they were all on stream. And they were all on stream and they were not on my account. Yeah, Christopher, sorry about that, man. I actually do that because we get a lot of unwanted spam. I mean, well, honestly, it obviously benefits the channel to subscribe as well, but it prevents those bots from coming in and just advertising porn sites and stuff too. Yes, if anybody else is out there wondering why you guys can't chat without subscribing, there's no delay. As soon as you subscribe, you can chat. It's twofold. It obviously does help the channel, but it also prevents those porn bots from coming in and spamming and stuff. What's going on, Christopher? How you doing, man? So bell peppers, feels like the next balance patch is probably due like somewhere in the first month of the season. I want to say like probably not before RTA starts, but probably in the first month. Yeah, Iris is strong, man. Iris is definitely strong. Good siege defense, siege offense. Great for TOA also. Light robot. So Sky, I have not run this comp myself, which means I don't know the builds for it. I haven't tested it, but there's a Tiana Galleon light robot comp, which I know some people run in place of the Poseidon because the light robot is guaranteed attack bar manipulation. Do I think Dominic will get nerfed? I don't think so. I don't think Dominic's broken anymore. He's strong, but he's not broken. What made him broken was the fact that he could one-shot anything with a single proc. He can't quite do that anymore. He needs setup now to one-shot with a proc. So if you're saying he needs setup, then there's a lot of other units that can also accomplish the same thing. Bro, Vlad, did you pull a Kiki? Did you just pull a Kiki, Vlad? Dude, she's triple S tier. Double S. Double S plus. She's double S plus tier. Bro, Vlad, huge congrats, man. Dude, did you just pull her right now? I don't see a DM. If it was in a server, I didn't see it yet. Will Oliver get a second nerf? Oliver needs a second nerf. I don't think he'll get it. I don't think he'll get it. Com2us really didn't want to. It felt like Com2us never wanted to nerf him, and they just kind of caved to public pressure by doing like something that amounted to not being a nerf at all. Dude, Vlad, huge grats on the Kiki, man. You'll have fun with her. She's so strong. OP for siege defense, too. Absolutely OP for siege defense. Yeah, I would say Kiki is probably top 10, top 15 LD5. I'm trying to remember who else you've got. So the Beelzebub, Zarath, those don't really count. I feel like you have one other really good LD5. I can't remember who it is. But I will tell you this, man. Beelzebub plus Kiki is probably an OP combination. Bella plus Kiki is also an OP combination. Yeah, so your LD5s would actually fit together really well. Realist, Oliver's win rate didn't drop because of Oliver's nerf. They dropped because of Masha's buff. That would be my opinion. Yeah, I don't think Oliver is really noticeably weaker. I think the difference is they finally put in one more counter with the Masha. Yeah, I really felt like no difference whatsoever when I used Oliver. Pre and post nerf, he felt exactly the same to me. Yeah, but he never misses the combo, man. He doesn't miss. Water, fire, wind, it doesn't matter. He ignores element, man. I'm telling you, he felt the same to me. He felt the same to me. He really did. It's the Masha. Masha being able to counter him so much more effectively changed a lot. Also, Masha simply becoming first pick, because Masha really became like a... Bro! Speaking of mages, we got number 2. We got number 2. Bro! Huge congratulations. Tell me she's new. Alright, we got our Nat 5 number 2 coming out the gate. Where are we at so far? You know what? We're not even at 300 scrolls, it feels like. So we're like way ahead of rates. Go ahead and lock you. Bro, huge congrats, man. Hopefully she's new. Buff Oliver and prevent new people from summoning him. Everybody has him already now. Is Tian Lang, Volantis, Jaeger, Fermion a good LD combo? Well, Tian Lang by himself is a good LD combo. Tian Lang is top 3 LD5 in the game. Volantis is probably somewhere around SS tier or S plus tier. Fermion is good for Siege. Fermion's really underrated. And then Jaeger is good, but Jaeger doesn't fit with the Volantis at all. He might fit a little bit with the Tian Lang. He might fit a little bit with the Fermion, but he's kind of out on an island. I think the Tian Lang and the Volantis fit together best right there. So I would say it's really, your 4 LDs don't all fit together specifically, but I think the Tian Lang kind of fits with the Volantis. Tian Lang fits with everything, that's the thing. Tian Lang is just OP. Like, the others don't even matter. Because Tian Lang is just that good. I think bio rates sometimes feel different depending on the unit. They do, and there's a very real reason for that, PCB. They feel different depending on the unit because units that turn cycle take more turns, and the more turns you take, the more chances you get to get a violent proc. So, for example, it might feel like a Vertihile procs more. It might feel like Ciara. Ciara is a prime example. It feels like Ciara procs more. Why does it feel like she procs more? One, because she has a built-in proc on her bomb, right? So when Ciara starts procking, it feels like she's taking 5, 6, 7, 8 turns in a row, but what's really happening is she's got one that's a built-in proc, and then she's gaining attack bar, so sometimes she's just lapping you, and then sometimes she'll go like, you know, skill 1 proc into skill 2 into a skill 1, she'll lap you, and then she'll go skill 2 with the built-in proc into a skill 1 proc into a detonate, and she took like 8 turns, but she really only proc twice, and it just felt like she took 8 turns. So there are some monsters whose kits make them feel like they're taking more turns. That's one thing. The other thing is monsters with low cooldowns or with really high damage feel like they proc more, and monsters with multi-hits feel like they proc more. So for one example, Theomars feels like he procs more. It's not that he does proc more, it's that when he attacks with 3 hits at once, the animation is very distinct, and each of those 3 hits on the triple crush feels like its own attack. So if he does like 2 procs, he hits you 5 times, it feels like he took 4 procs, he really proc twice. But I mean, as far as like actual rates, I don't think the actual rates change. You know, I think all units have the same rates. I think it's always the 22% or whatever. With the busted random number generator calculator in Summoner's War, it might be higher or lower. But I think the rates are the same for all units. It just feels more devastating when units with low cooldowns, or a unit also like a unit like Hathor. Or Wusa. You know, units that have like a 1-turn break between their skill cooldown and they get that 1 proc that they need so that their skill is constantly up. That can feel very devastating. So then it just feels like those units proc more. Chung going S2 into S3 is like the entire fight on a single proc. Whereas Lulu going S1 into S1 means nothing. So there are units where the procs are more impactful. Ganymede, I remember one of the things I used to hate was running Ganymede, and Ganymede would proc when the opponent had immunity, and it would just be 2 pointless S1s that would do nothing, and then the opponent would proc and get like their immunity back up or something, and it would be like devastating. Yeah, Vlad, man, huge grats on the Kiki, man. That's freaking insane, bro. That is so insane. Sky, yeah, you have to bet every time. There's 2,500 scrolls. We're gonna have 20 nat 5s, so it's not a pay every time on 20 nat 5s. No way. What up, RFY? How you doing? Yeah, Colin Jackson, I think, is really underrated. Michael, I didn't really take Special League super serious, so I finished G2. I did just enough to get G2, and didn't take it super serious. I kind of had fun. You know, I just messed around with different units, tried some different stuff, and had fun with it. Vinny, it's 3 p.m. for me, so if it's 9 hours in front for you, I'm thinking you're somewhere around like Netherlands, Germany. Italy would be 10 hours in front, right? So you got to be somewhere in that Netherlands, Germany part of Europe, I think. Doing good. So we got 2 nat 5 so far, RFY, plus we pulled Molly on the very first roll. Netherlands is right. Yeah, I was kind of guessing Netherlands from the combination of the name and the time zone. That's why I went Netherlands first. Yeah, Michael, I mean, 4-star Special League is easy. I finished, I got my first G2 in 4-star Special League before I even had C3 in RTAs. 4-star Special League is by far the easiest of all the metas. Especially because I've got lots of LD4s. So if you take the depth of my box, because I have everything except Martina, basically. Although in this Special League, I didn't play a lot of LD4s. I mostly played Escher, Vigor. I did use a lot of Iris. I used a lot of Iris, and then that gave me some advantages because of artifact damage. But it was mostly like the core of what I did was mostly like Vigor, Escher, Fran, and Logan, and then Iris and Amduat, who is HOH now. I'm from California. Well, I live in Mexico now, but I'm like West Coast US. Kiki, you're gonna want on Bio because the Kiki skill 3, the Kiki passive, the damage just adds up like crazy. So you definitely want Kiki on Bio. Yeah, Sky, keep rubbing in all the different monsters you've got that I don't. I appreciate that, Sky. And you wonder why I'm a hater. I'm just saying. You've got Mi Ying, too, who I think Mi Ying is actually pretty OP. All right. So Amduat in this Special League was less effective than he's been in a lot of other Special Leagues because of the meta team. This Special League, the meta team was a heavy CC team. Amduat could disrupt that, but he didn't dominate it. So Amduat, mostly I used him as a counter to Tableau, and not so much outside of that. So if it was like, if they were running Tableau single target style teams as opposed to like the Fairy team with, I forget, the Fire Fairy plus the Tyron, because Tyron just wrecked Amduat. But yeah, so the build for Amduat is just speed, crit rate, HP, and get him, you know, about 100% of attack through subs, build him super tanky, get him 70-80 crit rate, and then build him as fast as you can on Despair. As far as Rigel goes, so I did not see a single person other than me all Special League draft Logan, but I did see there was one other counter I saw somebody drafted. There was another wind unit somebody used that I thought was really creative. I can't remember who it was now. But for me, my counter to Rigel and to Susano was Logan, and Logan was just absolutely OP against those two. He'll one-shot a Susano, guaranteed crit on the skill 3. And then, you know, I built him as kind of like a bruiser, 25k HP. He was on a slower Vio build, like 250 Vio. No, Logan is the Wind Neostone agent. The Wind Dagger Boy. Wind Dagger Boy. Yeah, Yen was strong in Special League. Yen is very RNG based, and Yen can glance on Susano. The Logan has a guaranteed crit, so anything that has a guaranteed crit, yeah, anything that has a guaranteed crit crits the stuff that has potential to be glanced on. So technically, Logan could crit Douglas. Like you could use Logan as a Douglas counter, because he's got a guaranteed crit on his skill 3. Now the problem is he wouldn't kill a Douglas. He wouldn't one-shot the Douglas there, and then there would be too many other issues with running him in that comp. He wouldn't make sense in RTA, right? But just the fact that he is a guaranteed crit, the only thing that he can't crit is Kinky. But he actually dominated Kinky too. Like when I would draft Logan into, like, let's say a Susano Kinky comp, because his skill 2 does a defense break and he turn cycles 3 times. So against the Susano, you just run the skill 3 into the skill 2 if the Susano's still alive after the skill 3. But against the Kinky, you run the skill 2 into the skill 3 into the skill 1, and the Logan would basically one-shot a Kinky also. Very underrated unit. I was surprised he didn't get played some in RTA. I pulled him out like after, so the first, I lost a couple of matches to Susano's, you know, I want to call it Luxac, but that's his kit, right? So I lost a couple of matches to Susano early on, and then I was like, all right, this is not going to last. How do we deal with Susano? And I remembered that Logan had that guaranteed crit. So I went back and I looked at his kit, and when I looked at the rest of his kit, I guess he had gotten buffed. And I hadn't even realized he got buffed a while back. And I was like, oh yeah, he fits perfect. So I just threw some runes on him and he was good to go. Yeah, it works. Here, let me just show you we'll just show you Logan. Oops, that's low, not Logan, that's low. Here's Logan. Attacks the enemy with an attack that is guaranteed to land as a critical hit 2 times. So this is nice because it also gets past Triana's, right? Each hit takes away the attack bar. If the enemy's attack bar gets depleted, you instantly recover your turn. So you build him a little bit slower. Like in my case, I ran him at 250 where the rest of my team was running at 280. So that the opponent has already gone and has 0 attack bar. So then he only has to land this once and he gets a guaranteed turn. Skill 2, attacks and lands, continuous damage, blah blah, who cares? This attack breaks the defense if it lands as a critical hit, instantly gains another turn if the target's HP is less than 50%. So you can actually go skill 3, get another turn, go skill 2, now you're going to get another turn because you did the skill 3 first, and then you use the skill 1 to finish him off. Skill 1 then gives you an attack power buff, and you can cycle right back up to your other turns, especially if you get 1 proc in there. So yeah, Logan was pretty OP, and yeah, as Michael said, I finished G2 in Special League. And I also did not really play very much. I didn't do a ton of wings. The first week I messed around a lot, and I did like 1 stream where I was like, viewers could just pick whatever units they would want, and I would try and make them work. And then the last couple of days I just did a quick push to G2. So I ran the Logan on high crit rate because the skill 2 does not have a guaranteed crit. So if you want the skill 2 to cycle into the skill 3, you need high crit rate. You could also, I suppose, just run him super YOLO in like a Naomi build, and then he would just be like a nuke against Naomi's, a nuke against Susano's. But if you did that, you would almost be running him like as a swift Naomi. And I think he could probably work that way. His base speed isn't crazy, but it's not bad. So if you ran him at like 320 in just like YOLO attack percent crit damage with no crit rate, he could probably one-shot a Susano at the start of the fight. But then he would do nothing the rest of the fight because he's on a 5-turn cooldown. So I went the other route. I ran him 250 via will, bruiser build, like 25, 30k HP with then, you know, 85 crit rate and just balanced crit damage build. Yunhung on Swift or Vio. So Ahmed, the reason you saw mixed opinions is because Yunhung is good on both builds, and it depends on who you're running her with and what kind of comp you're running. So if you're running a more aggressive CC comp, then I think Yunhung on Swift probably makes sense when you are struggling to take turn 1. If you're running a turn 2 or a bruiser comp, or if you're running something that's kind of like more of a despair style CC comp as opposed to a faster comp, then the Yunhung's going to make more sense on Vio. For example, if you're going to run Yunhung Molong, I would probably run the Yunhung behind the Molong on a high damage Vio will build. But if you're going to run the Yunhung with like a Ryu and Chung, then you could actually run like a Swift Ryu and a Swift Yunhung, and then run like the Despair style Chung with some other CC units. So there's very different types of teams that you would run, and that's why you see the mixed opinions. On the whole, I've personally am a turn 2 player. So if I had Yunhung, I would run Yunhung on Vio because I'm a turn 2 player. But that's just me. I think some of it also is going to go to where your rune strength is. If you've done nothing but farm giants for the last 3 years and your violent runes are crap, then you're probably better off putting your better runes, which are going to be your Swift runes, on the Yunhung. But if you've, only farmed dragons and your Swift runes are crap, then it's vice versa. So yeah, it's really just going to depend on what you're building, what your rune quality is, stuff like that. A swift threat is viable as a turn 2 player, but what is your swift threat in that place? Because the Unhung going turn 1, it's a 15% attack bar boost, so if you're a turn 2 player and you're being outsped by 50-70 speed, 15% attack bar boost is not going to get you in front. So if you're running a turn 1.5 team, then the Swift Unhung might make the difference. But if you do have that one really OP Swift set, you would also wonder if it might not be better placed on a Sekhmet or an Ethna, which can do more by itself. The Unhung is a facilitator. Unhung is OP. OPAF. Unhung is OPAF. She's SS plus tier unit, but she's an SS plus tier unit that's primarily a facilitator that can do damage. Whereas a monster like Sekhmet is a debilitator in that the Sekhmet can break apart the opponent's team. So the Unhung coming in and doing 20k damage at the start doesn't do anything if the opponent's got 25k HP, and the Unhung boosting one unit doesn't do anything for you if your one unit is not able to do something to either disable your opponent's team or mess up their turn order. Now, there are teams where that's the case. So Unhung, say, boosting up one of your strip control units. Here's a prime example. The new absolutely broken Light Battle Angel, I think it has a 104 base speed, which is really respectable, but it's not going to be able to compete with like an Ethna or a Unhung, right? But what if you ran that Battle Angel with the Unhung, you put the Unhung on Swift, and then you boosted up the Battle Angel, and the Battle Angel went out and did an AoE strip into reset. In that case, the Unhung makes a lot of sense being in a turn 1 Swift build. However, you still need to, at that point, balance out the rest of the team so that if the Light Angel or the Unhung gets banned, your team doesn't become crap. But yeah, I mean, that kind of goes in circles. The point I'm really trying to make, without going in so many circles here, is that you need to make sure you're building sets that make sense in an overall team draft and not just specific to the unit. So Unhung on Swift, if you're running a bunch of turn 2 units that can't snipe and can't reset and can't change turn orders, doesn't do a whole lot. Unhung on Swift, if you've got units that can do those things, does do a whole lot. Otherwise, Unhung on Bio can follow up with like a Molong. Like a Molong can Reckless, the Unhung can refill his attack bar, his health, and then the Unhung can finish the kill. That's a devastating turn 2 combo. So she's a very flexible unit. She works in a lot of builds and a lot of teams. Oh yeah, Wojo, man, the triple revenge is insane, man. Triple revenge on the oracles is the build. It really is, especially Lima. So Koval, what kind of team would I play Wedjet in? So I don't have Wedjet. I've never used him. I can tell you I've got a Guildie who has Wedjet. He plays, what does he play Wedjet with? I know he was using the Ren, the Bastet, and then probably 1 or 2 strips. So it was like Wedjet, Ren, Bastet, and then he would have like either strip or high damage output based on what the opponent drafted. He had a lot of pivots in there. But with that said, he also was running everything at like 330 Swift, which is pretty insane. So I think the most common Wedjet teams that you usually see are with units that scale to some sort of defense buff. Like you see a lot of Wedjet. There's an old defense scaling cleave like Wedjet Copper, Bulldozer. That team probably still would carry you through to C2, C3, even in the current meta if it was runed properly. I don't think it has Guardian potential anymore because the counters to it are too well known and because too much of the meta kind of counters it naturally. Yeah, Kiki, Shizuka, Beelzebub, very, very, very intriguing. And then if you throw in the Bella there, honestly, the thing is though, you know, Kiki is a bruiser that self-heals and lasts a long time. So Kiki, Shizuka, Beelzebub fits together really well. You're gonna have to find a way to balance that team out now. You're gonna have to find a way to balance the team out. But I think you're gonna want Riley in there for sure. and then your fourth could be a variety of things. It could be, well, your fifth could be a variety of things. It could be Nana, it could be Wusa. All right, we need to get the auto farm going again, because we've definitely slowed down here a little bit. We started off really great. Now we've started to slow down a little bit. All right, I am gonna, let's see, what are we, we're about 500 scrolls in. So we've got 2 Nat 5s through 500 scrolls. We're looking pretty solid so far. We also got one of the most wanted, which is a huge win, and both of the Nat 5s were new. We did have one LD4. That was a dupe, but it was a really good dupe because it was a molly. So can't complain about that. Andre reminds me to buy energy. All right, so for those of you who joined in stream late, just gonna let you guys know, I do have COVID right now. I got COVID last Saturday, and so I am drinking a lot of water because my throat is on fire. And with that said, we are gonna take a quick restroom break. We are gonna take a quick restroom break while we do this. This summon set of 10, and I will be right back, guys. First confirmed time, Papa Panda. 2 years ago, I thought I might have had it, but there was no tests available at the time, so I wasn't really sure. This is the first time it's been confirmed. So RFY, my DB12 team is Trikaru. We're on Ronan's account right now, so he definitely had a different DB12 team. We do need to go buy some energy, so we'll take a look at the team right now. Also gives us a little further chance for that to cool down. For the summons to cool down. Let's see. So it looks like Lauren, Vertihile, Veramos, Lala, Kaki? Yeah, Lauren, Vertihile, Veramos, Lala, Kaki. Interesting with the Lala. Now he did tell me this is not 100% team. It did work all of those runs that we just ran, but he said it's not 100% team. Whoa, whoa, bro! See? We just needed to let the summons cool down. That's what I'm talking about right there. Battle Angel, baby. It looks like a light one. It's not. It kind of sucks because it looks like the light one, which is probably the most broken unit in the game. Oh, Nat 5, number 3 in the house. Huge congrats, man. Huge congrats. 3 Nat 5s, 3 new Nat 5s. 3 Nat 5s, 3 new Nat 5s. Alright, so 2 Battle Angels left. I assume we're going to keep special summons going for right now. Where's she at? Where's she hiding from us? Why don't I see her? Oh, we were full. She went into monster storage. We were full. My bad. Alright. Let's do this. Take her out. See, I can't even ask about blessings because everything we get is new. And once again, we are well ahead of rates now. So that is 3 Nat 5s and about 500 scrolls. So we're free rolling for the next 100 scrolls. We pulled, so Papa Panda coming in, he said his most wanted were Wusa, Gani, Abelio, Sagar, Carnal, and Odin. So we pulled an Odin already off the list. Oh, payout. Yes. So we pulled the Odin off the list. We pulled a Coco. Coco, yeah. I mix up the mage names. The Coco and the Momo I still have trouble with sometimes. So we pulled the Fire Mage. I think the Fire Mage is Coco. So we pulled Odin, Coco, and the Fire Battle Angel. And then we also pulled a Dupe Molly. For LD5, I have Daniel, Pater, Eleanor, Jaeger, Laura, Lima, Gianna, Sylvia, Yunhung, Wally Young. How in the world, bro? How in the world? Jack, man, that is one crazy box. Dude, so first of all, Gianna Lima, having the Gianna Lima is insane. Bro, Cytex, huge congrats, man. 2 red stars in 2 weeks. 2 new red stars in 2 weeks. Huge congrats, Cytex. That's awesome, man. So Jack says, honestly, I need to get the right build on each one and teams for each. So Jack, first of all, with that particular box, I don't think Daniel really has any place in your box. Laura probably doesn't have a place in your box because you have the Gianna Lima. Laura's got a crazy high base speed and does absolutely nothing. The Gianna Lima, both much, much, much better strippers. Sylvia is going to be siege offense only for the most part. Pater is mostly a Hathor counter these days, maybe Okeanos if somebody actually runs an Okeanos, but it's pretty rare you see that. So it's really just going to be the Gianna Lima would be your core. I mean, Gianna Lima is going to be in basically every draft. And then from there, the Wally Young is more of a cleave unit, and she works really well as a cleave unit, but she doesn't really fit with the Lima Gianna. The Yun Hung and the Eleanor and the Jaeger, I think those are probably, like, you're gonna want to have the Pater runed in case somebody tries to Hathor you or something. But the core of your RTA team is going to be Gianna, Lima, Yun Hung, and then you're going to have the Jaeger and the Eleanor probably as pivots that you can add into that draft. Yeah, you would want to first pick. You're either going to want to first pick Oliver or Lima. With that box, you're going to want to first pick Oliver or Lima, I think, and then the Lima would be on a triple revenge build. All right, let's see here. It's bet every time, Kang. With this many scrolls, it has to be bet every time. Next RTA season start right after the Special League tally. Yeah, Vlad, I think next RTA season starts tomorrow, probably. If not tomorrow, then the day after. It starts in the next 1 or 2 days. Still on 1 Nat 5. No, Vinny, we have 3 Nat 5s now. We've pulled Odin, Coco, and the Water Battle Angel. Pater is an okay Gianna counter. I don't know if I would say good. He's okay. He definitely would be an okay Gianna. Well, actually, no. Pater is a good Gianna counter, but he's just part of a team because it takes a team to counter Gianna. Like, Pater, nothing counters Gianna 1v1. Nothing counters Gianna 1v1, but Pater would be one of the best counters against Gianna as part of a good overall team. Oh, that's a rip, John. Wait, Kang, did you just pull Pater, or am I falling out of? Am I falling back on chat? Gianna counter. Okay, Juno counters Gianna 1v1, but she doesn't counter a full Gianna team 1v1. That's the thing. Bro, Kang, huge grats on the Pater, man. Pater, I think, is an awesome, awesome monster. He's not super in the meta right now, but he will be again. So there's like some monsters. I always like to use Abellio and Sekhmet as the example. There are some monsters that you don't think of as great when you get them because they don't work great in the current meta. And then as the meta shifts, the monsters' kits don't even have to change and those monsters become super relevant. So I know Sekhmet got buffed, but even before Sekhmet's buff, when Sekhmet had the same kit forever and she was considered like a D tier monster or a C tier monster, and then the rise of Tyrannus about 5 seasons ago in RTA, Tyrannus got buffed and Tyrannus became the meta in RTA, and Sekhmet was the strongest Tyrannus counter in the game, so Sekhmet all of a sudden became super meta. Abellio, same thing. Before Abellio's buff, before his recent buff, Abellio had the same kit forever and he was not really very good, and then in the one of the more recent Molong metas, Abellio became a very meta counter to Molong. So yeah, Abellio, Sekhmet, they're good examples. Pater right now, if you put Pater on an RTA list for the current season, he's not going to rank very high, but if you just look at Pater's kit, Pater's an OP unit that in future seasons is probably going to be sitting back up in the SS tier at some point. I also think Pater's probably pretty OP in Siege. I haven't really used him much, but I think his kit would just be OP in Siege. What team now works best around Gianna because of all those Gianna counters? So, Theo, the best Gianna builds I've seen are always on Triple Revenge. It's a Triple Revenge Bruiser Gianna that's used more as just kind of a disruptor. But anything with Oliver Gianna, also, I mean, when you say all those Gianna counters, but the only true AoE Gianna counter is Hagang. Hagang is the only thing that truly counters Gianna. And so you see a lot of Gianna... you see a lot of Gianna owners who actually integrate Hagang into their comps as well. That's another reason, though, that you might do a Triple Revenge Gianna, is just for the extra turn cycling against a monster like Hagang. So kind of, you can use it a couple of different ways. Yeah, well, that's kind of my point. That's kind of my point, Sky, is Sekhmet was always good because her kit never changed, but people didn't use her because she didn't fit in the meta for a while. So they didn't think she was good when she actually was. Five Fire, Nine Tails, that sucks, Guy. Ciara, Gianna, Oliver, CP, Yogan, Shizuka. Yeah, Shizuka is really good with Gianna. Shizuka Gianna is really toxic. Shizuka is also really good against everything except Oliver. I mean, Oliver just kind of dominates Shizuka, but Shizuka is just good. She's going to be heavy in the meta. She's going to be very heavy in the meta next season. I didn't actually build Shizuka at the end of last season, and I'm a little iffy. I don't know how well Shizuka is going to play with my core comps, but I feel like I need to find a way to make Shizuka work, if for no other reason than so I don't have to face her, because she's just so hard to deal with. Yeah, I mean, the only monster I'm missing right now is Nora. So the challenge for me, and it's not a bad challenge, but the challenge for me is figuring out which monsters to prioritize and how to put them together. And you know, because most of my LDs are not good, and the ones that I have that are good, I have 3 that are really RTA viable. So I have to. The challenge for me is figuring out which units I can use that will synergize well with those units. For example, Shizuka. Shizuka doesn't really fit great with Julienne, who's the best of my LDs. I mean, she can give him attack buffs, but so can Riley. She doesn't really provide much sustain for the rest of the team, and Julienne can't die, so he can't be revived. Doesn't need the Soul Protect. Don't get me wrong, Shizuka is really strong, and Shizuka Julienne would be really strong, but the question is Shizuka Julienne as strong as Riley Julienne? And I feel like the answer to that is probably no. Riley fits better with Julienne than Shizuka does, as one example. But having to face Shizuka while I've got a Riley and a Julienne on my team is a separate issue, because Julienne stuns, so now the opponent Shizuka can send all those stuns over to me while they get to take all my Riley buffs and put them on their team. So it's figuring out that balance of, can I work Shizuka into a comp that makes sense for me, still lets me use Julienne, which is my best LD, or possibly switching from Julienne to Cadiz, or Beelzebub I don't think is going to be usable yet. I know Beelzebub was impressive in Siege Tourney. That was unique because those drafts were really, really unorthodox. Beelzebub, what Zir showed, the usage of Beelzebub that Zir showed in Siege Tourney is not the way that you could normally use Beelzebub in season, because he's just not usable in most drafts. Those were not normal drafts because it was Legend Tournament. But yeah, so for me, for the most part, my three usable LD5s for RTA are Julienne, Cadiz, and Volantis. Beelzebub is mostly just a it's mostly just an anti-cleave unit. So I can use Beelzebub, but he's got a very specific role, and I don't have to build comps around him. The Julienne and the Cadiz, I feel like they fill the same role, and Ivan, to answer your question, yeah, I think Julienne is significantly better than Cadiz. At least for my team, my playstyle, my runes, whatever, he works better for me. Cadiz is a good unit. Julienne is a great unit. And so if Cadiz is S tier, and Cadiz had an insane win rate in RTA last season. He really did. Cadiz had a higher win rate than Julienne, and I have not tested Cadiz all that much, so it's very possible that I haven't unlocked Cadiz's potential yet, because Cadiz is a new unit for me. I pulled him only about 3 months ago, and I didn't use him much last season. I also don't have good revenge runes, and that's my weakest rune set, is probably revenge. And so I couldn't really give Cadiz the kind of build that I could give to Julienne, because my Julienne build is insane, because my runes fit Julienne. So some of that could just be the ability to build the units the way I want them. But as it stands today, I feel like Julienne is a better unit, but maybe Cadiz will synergize better with Shizuka and with other units that I can run out. So maybe Cadiz will make for a better team, even if Julienne is the better unit. I don't know. That's some of the testing I need to do next season. Sky, I doubt anybody's built a second Yogun except maybe for siege defense. Number 4, we got Jamire. Is Jamire new? Question of the day, because he's not a new unit, not new in the game. So is he a new unit? Is Jamire new? Jamire's new, guys. Jamire is new. Bro, that's 4 new units. Jamire, a solid pull. Ronan, man, we're rocking, man. We are rocking, bro. Because the new units, every new unit is worth more than 1 nat 5 because most of the time you're just summoning dupes, right? So, bro, huge congrats. New unit number 4. All right, I think it's time, guys. I think it's time to dip in just a little bit into these all attribute scrolls. We can't get blessings. We can't use blessings on them. We can't do much. We summoned 1 and pulled a Molly. Could we do a second one and pull LD anything? Oh, okay. All right, all right. So these are some of the big boy scrolls. We are going to do 4 more. We'll do a total of 5 right now. We're going to see if we can get 1 more LD. 1 more LD out of the all attributes. That's a Cian, right? Yeah, that's okay. We got 3 more tries. 3 more tries here. Looking for that second LD pull today. Second LD pull. Is that a dono? No, that's a Ravidi. Okay. All right, 2 more tries. 2 more tries. Come on, man. Come on. One time. We just pulled the Jamire. We got it. All right. So it's kind of like the succubus, very feminine. I think this next scroll right here, this is going to be the light battle angel. This is going to be the most busted unit in the game. One time, light battle angel. Nah, it's Chessian. No, or Chessian? Yeah, Chessian. All right, we went to those at the wrong time. That's okay. That's okay. Let's see. Wusa is most wanted. Let's go hit the waters for a little bit because Wusa's on the most wanted list. So is Abellio. So we can go for Wusa or Abellio right here. Okay, Vlad, how about this? How about this, Vlad? I've got 9 LD5s, 4 Kinkis, 5 Miranaes, 3 Mollies, and 0 Martinez. And I would trade you all 3 of my Mollies for 1 Martina all day long. Realist, you're actually right, bro. You would, but we also have 2 that are most wanted off the win side. Totally happy with a single Kinky or Molly. John, so I'll trade you all 3 Mollies for your Yun Hung, bro. I mean, Cytex, you know I would trade you 6 LD5s and 3 Mollies for that Martina. I think we'll go, well, would I trade 6? I would trade 5 LD5s. I would trade 5 LD5s and 3 Mollies for the Martina. All right. Legend, HP percent, bio slot 6, 6% innate res, 363 HP flat, 5 speed, 15 attack, 23 crit rate. Yeah, no, I would keep that. I would keep that. 23 crit rate is pretty rare to get. That seems like an amazing Diana style rune. It would also be really good for bruisers with high base speed, which would be like a Vigor or a Violent Escher. I think you just gem the flat HP for defense percent, because there's no wasted efficiency there. You're missing 1 speed, 1 attack, 1 crit rate. So the efficiency is through the roof. The resistance is not ideal for the Vigor Diana style build, so that part's kind of wasted. But if you re-up that you're just speed chasing, I feel like you probably have better re-up targets. If that's like the only re-up target on your account, maybe, but I feel like you probably have better re-up targets, and 23 crit rate is really useful. So I would keep that and just gem in defense percent. Realist, if you're saying that to me, yes, I would trade 5 LD5s for a Martina in a freaking heartbeat. But I'm picking the LD5s. So I would be trading Van Cliff and Laura, which are just completely garbage, useless units, right? Who else? Kraka. I'd be trading Kraka. The Kraka might actually be worse than the others. No, Laura's got to be the worst. So I think it would be Laura's my worst LD5. Kraka's my second worst. Then Van Cliff. Yeah, Laura's probably the worst LD5 in the game, in my opinion. She has no use anywhere. Her kit makes no sense. She's terrible. She's just bad. You can, okay, to be fair, I've been testing her on siege defense and arena defense, and she is sort of somewhat usable. But she's just bad, man. She's just bad. Mookwool's actually pretty good, man. Well, okay, I don't know about pretty good. Mookwool's better than Laura. Bro, there it is! We got another one! We got another one. Is Barbara new? I feel like Barbara might be new. I feel like Barbara might be new. All right, I think that's another new one. Bro, huge congrats. 5 new Nat 5s now. 5 new Nat 5s. So Spoon, as far as Saimai goes, I matched Seishizo in RTA last season. He drafted Saimai against me, and I lost because of the Saimai. I actually would have won that match if it wasn't for the Saimai, so I am going to have to dispute that, and I'm going to say that Saimai, she's not exactly OP, but bro, Saimai has some really legitimate uses. And then on Siege as well, the Saimai limitation of the debuffs, man, that hard counters like the Wusa Siege defenses you see. Saimai has some really legitimate uses, man. I think Saimai is actually pretty good. I'm not gonna like come out here and be like, oh, she's SS tier or anything, right? But I think Saimai is pretty good. I think she's probably a solid S tier unit in her role. Like, she does some stuff that nobody else really does. Vlad, just summon some more Nat 5s and you can buy the devils. That's what I that's what I did with the Shadowcasters. I farmed devils as I summoned for the Shadowcasters, I was farming devils with the crystals. What do I think of Bella? I think Bella's a really strong unit because of artifacts. Bella was like not a great unit when she came out because artifacts weren't in the game. And I think a lot of people with Bella forgot about Bella. They forgot they even had Bella because she wasn't that good for a long time. And then, you know, she's gotten stronger and stronger as the meta has shifted and as additional damage artifacts have come into play. And, yeah, I think Bella is probably SS tier or she's S plus tier. She's like right on that line. She's probably S plus tier. She's like high in the S tier, basically. I don't think you need God tier additional damage artifacts, side techs. You need good additional damage artifacts, but you don't need God tier. Don't forget, she's got strip into pushback. She's got built-in destroy. Her overall kit is already really good. You just have to be able to get the extra. You don't even really need the extra damage. It's just helpful to get the extra damage. But she's got a really solid kit that plays well in this meta. What up, big boy? How you doing, man? Yeah, Miguel, so I would probably, like, I would actually, at 1200 attack, that crit rate's really not doing much for you, because 1200 attack is like plus 400, unless you're saying plus, if you're saying plus 1200 attack, that's different, but if you're saying 1200 attack total, that's like plus 400. The crit rate's kind of wasted. At that point, I would just make the Bella a full-on tank and use her for the CC type stuff. And then just focus on farming better artifacts for her. I would shift the build. Okay, everything you said. Oh, so she's plus 21k HP, plus 1200 attack, plus 140 speed. Bro, that's a pretty legit build then. Okay, that's pretty legit. I read that different. Yeah, so then you, that's a legit build. Yeah, you just need better artifacts then. Maybe you also need to find some different comps to pair her with. Or you need to draft her at a different point in your draft. Sometimes just taking the monsters at different times in the draft can change the value of the monster a lot because people respond differently based on what you pick. So you might not be getting Bella out in advantageous drafts right now if you're drafting her too early or too late in the draft. I would try changing up like when I took her in the draft to see if it gets some better comps or better, like gets you into some better matchups. Yeah, Saimai is definitely not a ticket into G1 RTA. But I mean, to be fair, you have Ragdoll, Tian Lang. I mean, I could probably name off a bunch, right? But there's maybe only 10. There's probably only 10. I'm even going to say C3, because like C3 RTA this season was littered with people who had Gianna or Lima and just couldn't get in because there's so many people who now have Gianna, Lima, Tian Lang, Ragdoll, whatever. There's not enough spots for them all to be in G1. But yeah, I would say like there's maybe only 5 or 10. Well, there's more than 5. There's probably like 10 or 15 LD5s that guarantee you even C3. And that when I say guarantee, nothing's guaranteed. If you have a Ragdoll with no runes, you're not going to make C3 even. But if you have a Ragdoll with mediocre runes, you'll be able to beat people without Ragdoll with good runes. So I would say you've got your Ragdoll, your Tian Lang, your Gianna Lima. Those are your top 4 in some order. You've got Yun Hung, Ongi Uki, Narsha. Those 3 would go in there. Nephthys, and maybe Wally Young. And I think a lot of you would be surprised that I say Wally Young, because Wally Young doesn't have a reputation as being a great monster, but you can build a great cleave with Wally Young. And if you're only talking about reaching C3, because up to C3 you don't really need that much in the way of pivots. So once you move into Guardian, you really need to be able to pivot. You need to have a deeper box. You need to have more stuff. But Wally Young should be a guaranteed C3. So if we're talking about just LD5s that guarantee you a specific rank, I would put her in that list. So I might provide small advantages throughout a match. That's a pretty accurate assessment, Cytex. I would agree with that really well. So I think Cytex encapsulated it perfectly. Saimai is not going to win fights for you. Saimai is going to create advantages for you that you can take advantage of during the fight, usually during longer fights, and that means that she's more of a niche pick that's going to work better the higher ranked you are. Because generally speaking, the higher ranked you are, the deeper boxes you have and the more different kinds of drafts you need to be able to counter. You guys think of anybody else? I listed 8. I listed 8 LDs I could think of that would guarantee you like that C3 rank. Can you guys think of anybody else I missed? I can't think of anyone else at the moment. Yeah, but Spoon, in that particular match that I'm citing, it wasn't even about his runes. Realist, Volantis I think would guarantee you C2 or C1. Volantis guarantees you Conqueror, but Volantis has so many more direct counters. He's a really strong unit. I've got him. I'm not sleeping on him. He is an S+ tier unit, really strong unit. But he has a lot of direct counters. Most of the other units I listed don't have so many direct counters. And the thing with Volantis is his counters are all in the meta. So units like Hagang and Juno counter Volantis really hard, and they're units that everybody has runed up. Unfair Bear, I did say Nephthys, yeah. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Saw one. Oh, Han and Khitan Dashang. Yeah, so Han, I feel like Han is not a guarantee. I think Han is an OP unit that requires skill to use. I think Han is Han is like an SS tier unit, but he's an SS tier unit that requires skill and a lot of preparation to use, so he's not a guarantee. Like, guys with Ragdoll, please don't hate me when I say this, because a lot of you guys who have Ragdoll have skill. But Ragdoll himself does not require skill to be used. Ragdoll just needs to be drafted. Put runes on Ragdoll and draft him, and you will succeed. That is not true with Han. Han is going to require you to actually figure out the comp that you're going to use. Han is going to require you to draft the comp at the right times, in the right order, and make the correct decisions in the gameplay. And again, if you've got Ragdoll, a lot of you guys with Ragdoll have a lot of skill. You put in a lot of thought. I'm not trying to denigrate that, but Han is a harder unit to use. Some units are harder to use than others. So I would say that Han, although he belongs in the same mention as those other units, does not give you that guaranteed rank we're talking about. Khitan Dashang, I would actually say is kind of the same thing as Han. Khitan Dashang is stronger than Han. He's definitely a clear SS plus tier unit, but he also needs to be in somewhat of a set comp, and you do have to be able to pivot a little bit more in his drafts. You do have to have more planning and organization to succeed with him. So he's a little bit more of a skill unit, I think. Not so much as Han. Han would definitely be the hardest of all those units we mentioned to use. Let's see. So below Guardian, people either lack draft strategy, rune quality, or skill level to take advantage of the small advantages. Yeah, that's fair, Cytex. Lucifer, if you have good cleave runes, is an easy C3, not so easy G1. Yeah, Ivan, you nailed that exactly. I'd say you nailed that 100%. Lucifer and G1 are really hard to succeed with. But Lucifer would give you a free C3. I would agree with that. Lucifer would give you a free C3. There was one other we missed here. There was one other I wanted. Oh, Han build. So Mike asked me Han build for RTA, HP or attack. Mike, I think it really depends on your supporting cast, but also your speed. So if you're going to consistently be able to outspeed and make sure that Han gets a turn before the opponent, then you want attack because you want to create an immediate 4-on-3 advantage. But if you're not consistently outspeeding, or if you're not able to set up the Han so that he gets a guaranteed kill, like if you can't get that defense, bro! Second Battle Angel, not a dupe! Not a dupe, baby! It's the crappy Battle Angel. It is the crappy Battle Angel, but she's gonna get buffed. She's gonna get buffed. She's not a dupe. That is 6 new Nat 5s, guys. 6 new Nat 5s, 2 Battle Angels. Ronin, are we turning off Special Summon now? Are we turning off Special Summon now? Because now we've got 2 of the 3. It gets a little bit more YOLO. We run the risk of pulling a dupe. So I'm actually going to hold on summons. You let me know if you want to keep Special Summon on and go for the 3rd one or not. I feel like we run that risk of a dupe. He says turn it off. Okay, yeah. Bro, I can't believe we pulled 2 Battle Angels already. Bro, huge congrats, man. 6 new Nat 5s. 6 new Nat 5s on top of it. That's insane, man. That is, this is like, so we're 6 Nat 5s and 1,000 scrolls. 6 Nat 5s and 1,000 scrolls. So we're ahead of rates, but you would expect at least half of them to be dupes. So we're like double ahead of rates. That's insane, man. So let's see. Realist said Dark Monkey can carry your CC draft because of no glancing. Realist, 100% agree with you. My point here only is that he requires a little bit more skill and a little bit more prep, so I think that he's not a guaranteed. Like, you can't just free ride on his back into C3. I think that he will take most people who have him into C3, but if we're talking about a monster that just kind of carries you on its OP-ness, like you can just put runes on Ragdoll or Tian Lang and just kind of draft them at random, and I mean, I'm exaggerating. I'm obviously exaggerating, but those units fit, they're more flexible. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You can put Ragdoll or Tian Lang into a lot of drafts and against a lot of drafts, and they succeed in all those situations. Khitan Dashang needs to be drafted with more skill. That's my only point. That's my only point. Michael, so the ones that I named, it was Ragdoll, Tian Lang, Nephthys, Gianna Lima, Narsha, Ongyuki, and Yunhung, and Wally Young, excuse me, and Wally Young. Oh, I didn't pay out the last Nat 5, so we paid water. All right, yeah, we got to pay the Fire Angel, and I didn't pay. You're right, Sky. I did not pay the Jemire, so I'm gonna pay you guys on Fire and Wind because I forgot to pay the Jemire. So I'll own up that one that I messed up, and I'll pay you guys on both. Plus 19k HP, 1200 attack, 100 crit rate, 151 CD, and 161 speed bio blade. The issue is I have he's banned every time. Bro! Another one! Is that one new though? Is the Chow new, or did we get our first dupe? Because now we're getting into an old unit. Cytex, Cytex, ask me that again in a minute because I'm falling behind on chat and I want to talk about the Chow. Mike, I lost track, Mike. Who you were referring to Han? So that sounds like a really solid. That sounds like a really solid build on Han. What up, Lewis? How you doing, man? All right, so Ronan says nice. I am assuming the nices mean new, so that means 7 new Nat 5s, guys. That means 7 new Nat 5s. We are starting to really crush the rates now. Oh, that's awesome. That is so awesome, man. Huge congrats. Just pulled, so Chao Li just pulled Yun Hung. Chao Li, huge congrats on the Yun Hung, man. That is awesome. We talked about Yun Hung a lot earlier in the stream. Yun Hung is one of the most flexible units in the game. So you said you finished G1 last season. What I would say is, did you finish G1 playing a turn 1 or a turn 2 or what I call a turn 1.5 team? So turn 1 means you're playing really fast, always contesting speed. Turn 2 means you're playing bruiser, never contesting speed. Turn 1.5 means you're playing faster units, usually CC, although it can be snipe, but it means that you contest speed sometimes and you don't contest speed sometimes. 1.5. So if you're, okay, so you had Han, oh my god, you've got Ongi. Oh, you've got Han and Ongi. Okay, so yeah, if you're playing turn 1, but the thing is, the Ongi is going to be best on Vio Nem. So if you're playing, you know what? I think in your case, I go Swift Yun Hung, but I may not necessarily go YOLO Swift Yun Hung. So I probably do Swift, slightly bruiserish Yun Hung, like speed, HP. If you can do speed, crit rate, HP, and still get HP and subs, that's amazing. But I would do like, try and get like a 330, 335 Yun Hung. That's gonna outspeed most of the time as long as you have a speed lead. And occasionally when you don't have a speed lead, at 330 you'll outspeed sometimes even without the speed lead, but you'll almost always outspeed with the speed lead. But yeah, I would do the Swift Yun Hung because you have 2 units that both really benefit from the Yun Hung boosting. So that's kind of what I was talking about earlier. Swift Yun Hung only makes sense if you can boost up a unit that can then do something, right? Or if you're playing the entire team at a point where that 15% attack bar boost matters. So you're already playing really fast units. The 15% attack bar boost could make a big difference with the Ongi and the Han. I assume you're running some sort of strip in there with the Ongi and the Han as well. And so at that point, that 15% boost will play a role sometimes, and otherwise just boosting Ongi or Han straight up at the start. Like if the opponent has no will runes on a unit, the Yun Hung can boost the Han up to snipe the opponent's unit, and that's pretty OP also. So I personally, on my account, I would play a Vio Yun Hung because I play more of a turn 2 style, and I've got the runes to support an insane, I could run Yun Hung at 270, 280 with absolutely insane stats on Vio. That's my account, but your account seems like it would fit better with a Swift Yun Hung. But Swift kind of bruiser, because the Ongi is going to work a little bit better if the fight lasts a little bit longer and you get that chance for the snipes. So make sure the Yun Hung isn't like paper thin, and then just kind of like a solid support unit. Realist, I think Pontos is absolute garbage. I would say Pontos is my 3rd worst LD. No, that's not true. I'm exaggerating. Pontos is not garbage. Pontos works only in very, very niche circumstances. He's not great in most teams except for CC teams. The problem with Pontos is he's a support unit that doesn't heal. And his skill 2 does nothing if you don't play him with strippers. And his skill 3 is dead to virtually everything in the meta because everything strips. So Pontos is going to be most effective if you run him with CC units, but then he does no damage, which means that you've got to be able to get enough damage out of your other CC units to really take advantage of it. I know Pontos made a big splash in SWC last year. The meta has shifted some, balance patches have shifted some, and Pontos really wasn't that great at the time. He was great because somebody made him shine. And the person who made him shine was an SWC player with amazing runes who was playing a CC team. Most players could not match the runes, most players could not match the box, most players could not match the draft skill, and so Pontos does not work well for most players. And his win rates and RTA support that. He doesn't get very high win rates either. And he's really got no use outside of RTA. Or limited use. I should say he has limited use outside of RTA. So Pontos is probably somewhere around a low S tier unit. I think there's plenty of supports that are actually better than him, or at least on par with him. And for being an LD5, that's not where you want him to be, where you're saying that he's on par with other elemental supports. So Chow Li, personally, I would go with more of a support build for the Yun Hung because they're not going to target the Ongi that often since Ongi is built bruiser. They're probably going to target the, they're going to target either the Han or the Yun Hung, but if they manage to get the Han down, they're going to target the Yun Hung second. So the thing is, if you create the threat with the Han that they have to target and kill the Han first, and then you make the Yun Hung and the Ongi kind of bruisery, and you keep the Ongi alive, the longer the fight goes, the more likely that Ongi is going to just dominate. So that's why I like the idea of the bruiser build. Of course, keep in mind, it's all theory craft. So you test it, and if the bruiser build doesn't work, or the tankier support build doesn't work, then you switch it up. But for me personally, my first build on the Yun Hung, on your account, from what you've said, just your 3 LDs, it would be in a Swift bruiser or Swift support build. What up, Devin? How you doing? Devin, huge grats on the Molly, man. I'm feeling a little better today. I still got some symptoms, but I'm definitely getting there. I'm improving. Lewis, Special League was kind of messed up because of the COVID thing. I wound up not really doing much of a push. I just kind of messed around, but I did finish G2. I did a G2 push on the last day. What up, Arturiosis? How you doing, man? Dude, bro, it is crazy. There's been at least like 4 or 5 people on stream that said they have it. I was talking about this earlier. So we got it with, we went to a baby shower. Like my girlfriend and I went to a baby shower and everybody at the baby shower got sick. So we don't know who brought it in, but somebody there had it and everybody got sick. But at the exact same time, my entire staff at work all has COVID, and they all got it a few days before we did, and we haven't seen each other. We work from home, so they got it somewhere else. My girlfriend's daughter, who lives on the other side of the country, has it. I've got some other friends who have it. Like, whatever this new wave is, it is just coming out on fire. Like, it's scary, man. It's more than Omicron. Like, everybody that I'm talking to has it right now. Mike says, how would I build Julienne like vampire? So Mike, my RTA build for Julienne is around 170, plus 170 speed, Vio Nemesis. This is RTA now. My RTA build plus 170 Vio Nemesis. That's a rip. We'll pretend that didn't happen, but it's free fodder. You just want him as much damage as you can get. So 70 crit rate is sufficient because his skill 2 actually gives you a 30 crit rate boost. A lot of people don't realize that. So 70 crit rate is sufficient because you're going to get 100 crit rate with 70 on the skill 2. The skill 1, it sucks sometimes missing crits, but by going with the lower crit, you can get more speed and other attacks, other stats. You want to get just as much attack as you can. Don't worry about HP or defense at all. You do want to get him at least 40 accuracy, 50 is better. You can include skill 2 accuracy on the artifact. So 50 accuracy combined between skill 2 accuracy on the artifact and the normal build, but 50 accuracy really does make a difference with him. And then the big thing for him, what I really love on my Julienne is attack plus proportional to lost HP. Like when I first got him, people were like, oh, use additional artifacts or use this or use that. And I tested him on a lot of stuff, and it's noticeable, man. Attack plus proportional to lost HP is insane on him. So that's definitely what you want for your artifacts. For a siege build, I do the same thing, but I run him on 239 tick with a higher damage build, and then a lot of times I run him with Theamar's lead. So I keep him at 76 crit rate for my siege build, so that if I do have a crit rate lead, then the skill 1 also gets 100 crit. But that's the build I run on him, and I've been using that build on him for 2 seasons, and I swear by it. I've tried him in a few other builds, and it's the only build in my opinion. Lewis, appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's crazy, but no, I'm not doing too bad, man. It really wasn't that bad of a day, or it really wasn't that bad for me. This was my first time having it, and I had like one day where I was just like super fatigued. I slept like 25 hours. Other than that, you know, the body aches are not pleasant, but not a huge deal. And as far as the rest of it goes, like the sore throat's the only thing that really sucks. Most of it I can just ignore. The lethargy was tough. I was just exhausted all week. But other than the lethargy, it's not a big deal. Yeah, attack plus on the demons, attack plus on Theamars also is really useful. What up, Tinsages? How you doing? What is Nigong good for? Nigong is OP for siege defense and arena defense, also for siege offense. Nigong is SS tier, and then Nigong is also SS tier for RTA. Nigong's probably a top 10, top 15 LD5, so huge congrats on the Nigong, man. Yeah, that's pretty sick, Realist. I think my Julienne's only around 70. I would like to get him higher for sure. Dude, Fatal Error, you had a... do you know what strain it was? Like, I just took a home test, so I don't know what strain mine is, but there's this new strain going around, and it seems like that's probably what it is, because everybody's getting sick all at once. So I feel like I probably got the new strain, like the BA 2.75 or something like that. Alright guys, so we are sitting here, 7 Nat 5s, all 7 were new. We also have 1 LD4 so far, just a little recap. We've done about 1,200 scrolls, so we're still well ahead of rates. Okay, perfect. Cytex said, do I have any thoughts on best builds for Ganny? 35k HP, 250 speed, attack 4, high accuracy RDs. Alright, so Cytex, here's the thing with Ganny, man. I have run him in so many different builds. I do have some builds that I like for him. Ganny is stupid flexible, and at the same time, it almost feels like it doesn't matter. So, when I say I have builds I like for him, they're more situational to the team. His skill 3 does insane damage, so I really do like crit rate Ganny in almost all situations. The only situation where I don't like crit rate Ganny is if the Ganny is most likely to be the first monster targeted on my team. You could also argue for crit damage Ganny, but I've never tried the crit damage Ganny. The thing is, usually I'm running Ganny fast enough that I don't want to allocate the quality of runes it takes to build him on crit damage. Now, if he's in your core, because I don't run him that often, so if he's in your core, then he justifies that OP rune set, and crit damage would probably be better than crit rate for him. But this goes back to knowing who the opponents are going to target on your account, so, or on your draft, or on your team. The main thing is, if the Ganny is going to get targeted early, then you're going to want to put him in a bruiser build with probably mid to high accuracy, but mostly just focus on bruiser. And in those situations, I think there's a really good case to be made for resistance. Because whoever the first unit that the enemy targets, especially if we're not talking about a CC team, if the first unit the enemy targets has resistance, the enemy burns all their skills and gets resisted, and it changes the outcome of the entire fight. So in that case, when the Ganny is going to be the early target, I would like him in just a pure tank with resistance, get the damage from additionals, and then get mid to high accuracy. I usually feel like about 50 is enough. For a monster like Ganny, about 50 is enough. But it depends on, again, what draft you're running. If you're running a draft where you're going to face all max resistance monsters, like you first picking Hathor, Ganny needs 85 accuracy. If you're using Ganny in a more flexible role, then I think 50 is fine for him. Or you could even make a case for lower if you're not running speed leads, and you can take advantage of the Ganny accuracy lead sometimes. So figure if you use Ganny's accuracy lead half the time, every time you're using it, you're wasting all that accuracy that's over like 30, right? So at that point, if you build your Ganny with 50 accuracy and you use the accuracy lead half the time, you're gaining more value out of his accuracy lead in those situations. Now, for the type of teams you're running, if you're running an... Booyah! Number 8, guys! Number 8! Bro, I can't even talk because the Nat 5s are just raining. Is Rocky new, bro? Is that 8 for 8 new Nat 5s? Is Rocky new? Alright, nice means new, guys. Nice means new. We are 8 for 8 on new Nat 5s. 8 for 8 on new Nat 5s. That's freaking insane, man. That is insane. Bro, 8 in a row, new nat 5s. That doesn't happen. That's not real. That's like not real. Like you could, okay, on my own personal account, the first 21 nat 5s I summoned on my account, 12 were dupes. And that's talking about like a noob account with no nat 5s. I had 12 dupes out of my first 21, so. Dude, that's nuts, man. That is nuts. Huge congrats, man. Huge congrats. All right, yeah, so Lewis, I'm going to finish answering side text and then I'll come back to yours. So as far as the Ganny build goes, I mean, I pretty much hit the key points. It's all about when Ganny's going to get targeted. If he's an early target, tank build. If he's an early target and you're using him in a variety of drafts, then tank with resistance. If he's not an early target, then go with crit damage or crit rate, depending on how many runes you can spare. Then the 40 to 50 accuracy. Now, the last question with Ganny is, do you go swift or do you go violent? This one is tough. I ran Ganny on a swift build, like a 330 build, 4 or 5 seasons ago, the Oki season, when everybody was running swift. And it was actually super effective up through C3, because up through C3, people were all running Swift Broken. Then I hit Guardian, and it was a wall because everybody put will runes on their units. This last season, will runes were a lot less common, and we all know that will runes are starting to fade a little bit out of the meta. They're not gone. So running a Swift Ganny is slightly YOLO, because if the opponent has all will runes and you're drafting the Ganny to reset, then you've pretty much lost already. But I think that more often than not, you will find at least one target to reset. A lot of times that target... Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Guys, we cannot stop. I cannot get out 2 sentences. I cannot get out 2 sentences. Is Veligil new? Is Veligil new? All right, Veligil is new. We're 9 for 9. We are 9 for 9. Bro, this is insane, man. Okay, so now we're guaranteed ahead of rates because there were only 1,800. There was 1,800 mystical scrolls. So the mystical scroll rates were 9 nat 5s. We already pulled 9 and they're all new. Everything else is free roll for right here on the mysticals. Dude, this is nuts, man. That is, oh, that is insane. Dude, that is insane. But, all right, so to finish up on the Ganny, the Swift Ganny, he will a lot of times find 1 unit to reset, but sometimes 1 unit is not enough. So it's kind of a mixed bag, but the problem is when there's no units to reset and then that Ganny goes first and your turn order gets out of whack, especially because you're giving up stats to get that Ganny up to 330 plus, you're probably going to lose. So overall, I'm not a fan of the Swift Ganny unless you have 2. I do think if you happen to have 2 Gannys and you ran 1 Swift, there would be situations to draft it, but overall I would prefer Violent. To answer your question, why would you use Ganny over Reset? Because of the 113 or 100, yeah, I think it's 113 base speed, where Sagar is 97 base speed. You can't get the Sagar anywhere near as fast as you can get the Ganny, and you can get the Ganny there without exhausting your runes. So you can run a 320 Ganny, well, on my account, just my account as an example, I can run a 320 Ganny while using like my 5th best Swift set, whereas the Sagar barely gets to 320 on my best Swift set. That's a big difference because it ties up that 1 Swift set that I can choose to put somewhere, and 320 is not usually enough with the Sagar. Sagar also goes through accuracy resistance checks. So hopefully that answered your, hopefully that gave you like all my thoughts on Ganny. Let's see, so Lewis had a question. Alright, do I think Pontos would be any better if he had the Oki S2 instead of AoE Silence? Lewis, yes, Pontos would be a lot better with the Oki S2. That would be a huge buff for him. Why? Because of the speed lead. So being able to take a speed lead that gives you turn 1 reset or gives you options so that you can use S3 versus S2 is huge. I think Pontos getting the Oki S2 would make him meta. Even though the S3, I still feel like it's actually not that great because everything strips. And so much in the meta counters the S3. The speed lead with the S2 would actually make him really, really strong. So giving Pontos the Oki S2, I think would make Pontos an or S plus tier unit, somewhere in there. Even though the S1 and the S3 both suck. Well, the S3 doesn't suck. The S3 is not great in the current meta. The S1 sucks. That would be more accurate. The S3 is just not good right now. Could be good again in the future if the meta shifts, but right now it's not. And then the S1 is just bad. But just the speed lead and the Oki S2 would be huge. So Travis, I don't have Fermion, so I've never used him. It's hard for me to give you a great opinion, but I feel like on offense, if you put him in a heavy bruiser build, like just defense, crit damage, defense, and then just run him with a defense buffer like Aaliyah. Aaliyah would be the best. Aaliyah would be the best. Tyrannus would work, but put the Fermion in a heavy bruiser build, defense, crit damage, defense, or even defense, crit rate defense with more HP. Try and get him like 25k HP and then run him with a defense buffer. I think he would probably shine the most that he can shine in that situation. Oh, as far as sets, you're going to want him on Vio. Vio Will, Vio Destroy. Pretty much it. Maybe Vio Blade, like depending on your stage of game, but Vio Will, Vio Destroy would be the preference. Wojo, yeah, that's pretty insane, man. 3 and 23 is pretty insane by itself. But 9 in a row, man, 9 in a row. I don't think I've ever seen 9 new Nat 5s in a row on like any account. That's just insane. Except for the 7-year scrolls. When we had the 7-year scrolls, that would happen. Water Mage incoming. We already pulled the Fire Mage. We can pull the Water Mage next. Where can I use my Dark Onimusha? Arena offense, arena defense, siege offense, siege defense, RTA, and there may be some PvE places that he could be used as well. Dark Onimusha is probably the it's probably the third best LD5 in the game, but he's definitely top 5. Huge grats on having him, man. Ongyuki is just OP. Lewis, so the member chats are like, I think they're right where the super chats are. So you would click like you're going to do a super chat, like on the $sign, but then it should have an option to let you send the free member chat. Yeah, you got it, Travis. Just a reminder, guys, by the way, if you're enjoying the stream, please do smash the like button. I haven't been hard pushing it that much this stream, but that's how we get bigger streams. It's how we get more engagement in chat. So if you're enjoying the content, you know, help the stream grow, help the channel grow. So Emily says, how do you guys counter some Moth, Clara, Savannah, cocky defenses? Lewis dropping the member chat with the renewal at 2 months says, I got you, Lewis, bro. Thank you very much for being a member. Happy birthday again, since that allowed you to become a member. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. So how do you counter Samoth, Clara, Savannah, Kaki? I use triple Revenge Bird on Taurus, Despair, Nemesis, Praha, and Nana. Yeah, that's gonna be, Bro! It keeps on rolling with the Hey Gang RTA meta unit. Is the Hey Gang new? Is the Hey Gang new? We're now guaranteed to be ahead of rates. Alright, the Hey Gang is new. That makes 10 in a row. That makes 10 in a row. I love the entire reaction here too. We get 10 new units in a row. 10 new units in a row, and the response is nice. And once again, I did forget to pay, so I will go ahead and honor. I'll pay both of the fire and the water. We'll give you guys some free points just because we're going crazy. As a matter of fact, you know what, guys? 10 new units. Let's do 1,000 bonus points for everybody on stream. We'll do 1,000 for 10. Let's if one of the mods could give everybody on stream 1,000 points. Cytex is like, did you have no? I mean, he did save for 1.5 years, Cytex. Yeah, Lewis. I don't know if like maybe he's just typing nice because he's shaking so much that he can't type anything else. Or if he's really just kind of like, it's nice. I'm not sure. Because, I mean, we started off with one of the most wanted, too. Oh man, I love the call out right there on the Yun Hung. Busted, John, busted. Yeah, that's like over 100. I mean, he saved for a year and a half, Brazio. He's got to have a lot of devils, but that's over 150, 130 devils, something like that. And we're not even done. We still have 3 trans scrolls. I mean, we still have a crap ton of scrolls, period, not to mention the 170 LDs. But on top of that, we have 3 trans scrolls, so we're guaranteed, no matter what, we're guaranteed 3 more Nat 5s. There you go, Lewis. It's like when you're like, I was gonna use bowling as an example. You could use bowling or baseball, take your pick. Like if you're bowling a perfect game, you want everybody to leave you alone and be quiet and you just get in the zone. Same thing if you're pitching a perfect game, right? Like anytime you've got a perfect game going, you just have to be chill and relax and not change anything. So that's what we're doing here with the raids. We're just nice and chill and relax and just watching the Nat 5s raining from the sky. I mean, John, I remember your session was a little bit rough. All right, your session was more than a little bit rough before the Yun Hung, but the Yun Hung overrules everything. When you pull Yun Hung, the session is OP no matter what. All right, so we got 2, 2, and 2. We still got 1,000 scrolls left, man. Let's see if we can pop. You know what? All right, first of all, let's restart the dungeon farm. Oh, I left Hey Gang. Ivan, the funny part there is you could read that as you left me Hey Gang. Like you left me hanging, right? But you're right, I did leave the Hey Gang unlocked. Alright, let's Oh bro, welcome to the stream, Brandon. Love that, man. Next 50,000 mysticals for a Young Hung. Yeah, I'd trade all the mysticals that I get for the rest of my ever. All right, bro, we are going to have to go new monster raid up here because there's a chance to get the LD Battle Angel, best angel in the game. So we are going to go monster raid up here. We're going to try 4 more of these. We're going to try 4 more of these, see if we can pull that light angel, light battle angel. That does not look like a light battle angel to me. Ooh, Wind Robo. Wind Robo, okay. That's number 10 on the free C3 Plus Light Battle Angel. All right, we're gonna do 2 more right here. 2 more, 2 more. We'll see if it'll pop. If not, we'll jump back over to the Mysticals. So the very first all attribute was that Molly. The very first all attribute was the one I summoned by mistake. Since then, we haven't been crazy on these yet, but we got plenty left. Is that a Magnum, maybe? Nah, it's a Covenant. Okay. All right, we'll go back to the all attributes. We're going to jump back down here to the Mysticals. We still haven't even gotten a blessing yet, man. 10 new Nat 5s mean we haven't gotten a blessing yet. Only other people can get something good for me if they summon on my account. Yeah, you know what, John? I think we all feel that way. It's recency bias, right? Like you just remember all the bad sessions on your account. It's just too easy to remember all the times you got wrecked by RNG. It's just the recency bias. What up, Rifa? How you doing, man? Speaking of LD Battle Angels, Rifa, did you pull the Light Battle Angel yet? I feel like if anybody in this game is gonna pull it, it's probably you. You know, Jemima is not a bad speed lead, Emily. I mean, obviously not the best, especially not in a lot of situations, but not a bad speed lead. Not a bad speed lead at all. Tomo builds. You know what? Who asked me earlier about Wedjet? That's the other unit you want with Tomo. If the person who asked me earlier about Wedjet is still here. Okay, John, so Yeah, that's the other unit. So it's Wedjet Tomo Ren. That's part of his core right there. Have I made a video for solo R5? Yes, I have, Daryl. If you actually look on my channel, it's called Building Solo R5, so it's a real easy search. Did that one, I don't know, it's been a few months. It's been a few months, but it's a step-by-step guide. I have some Siege stuff coming out this week, too. Pulled Shan. Huge congrats on the Shan, anyway. Cytex, so he runs, it's like Wedjet Tomo for the speed leads, and then he's got like Ren, and then he can run either double strips, or he can run the Bastet and bring out heavier damage. I mean, the thing is, I've seen his team a few times. I haven't, because it's a very unique team, but he finished G3 with it. I think he finished G3 2 seasons in a row. Obviously not with the Ren the season before. But it's a Wedjet core, and then he was running a lot of Tomo into it. I can't remember. I know it was Wedjet, Tomo, Ren. I'm sure the Chung had to be in there. I can't remember what the last thing was, but it was freaking toxic, man. The Tomo is super toxic. So what he does is, you know, because the Tomo puts karma, the Tomo can put up the karma and then just expand it out to everybody. So I don't know about the efficiency, but they're a lot faster than 300 speed. He runs at 330. He runs between 325 and 338 or something like that. I don't know. Crazy fast. I don't know. Just crazy, crazy fast. Yeah, Swift. Well, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen all his builds. He's not running 330 Vio, I'm sure of that. But I don't know. I don't know if he has some Vio builds in there. Not every unit has to necessarily be that fast. But since there's not a lot of CC in there, I assume most of it is Swift. Yeah, I don't think 330 Vio is possible. Not on a Wedjet who's got like 100, 102 base, something like that. Wedjet doesn't need Vio anyway. Wedjet always needs Swift. Vio makes no sense because Wedjet doesn't do anything. 102 base, yeah, there you go. So that'd be plus 228. Yeah. When will the New Balance patch come? New Balance patch is probably due in about a month, I think, Blue Studios. Some people were thinking it might come before the RTA season, but ComToUs said every 2 months, and it feels like the last one was just a month to 6 weeks away. So I feel like the next one is 2 to 4 weeks away. If you actually go back and check the dates, like they take down the posting. I don't know why they do this, but they take down the postings off their website after a while, so you can't see like the history of all the different balance patches and stuff. I know because I've tried to look up like changes in the past. But if you go into any Discord server that copies out like the notifications, you can still see the different patches. So like if you go into our Discord server, for example, and you go into the Summoners War announcements, you can see the date that the last patch was posted, and then just add 2 months to that. That would be when the next one is due. So fastest Vio possible would be 5 times 35 is 175 plus 42, so 227. Actually, yeah, so there you go. If you had 2 Ancient 37s and you just did Vio with a different set, that's true. Okay, so then 231 plus 231 would be the fastest Vio. Wait, 5 times 35... 175 plus 42 is 217. There you go. Okay, I knew that math was wrong. 217. Okay, yeah, so 221. Yeah, you're right. 221 would be the fastest. What I can tell you is that I cannot do a 221 Vio. I think I can do 200. Or 196, somewhere around there, but I cannot do yeah. 221 Vio Yunhung, so 339 on Vio. Imagine if it had stats too, that would be the crazy part. RTA season, I think it begins tomorrow. If not tomorrow, it'll be one more day after. I'm not positive, but it'll either be tomorrow or the day after, because Special League is tallying now. Alright guys, I am going to take one more quick restroom break. I'll start up this next set of 10 summons. I'm going to take a quick restroom break, and I will be right back. Alright, well there's a new COVID symptom. Like my, Alright, we're gonna turn the camera off here for a second. I'm gonna keep summoning for a moment. I've just got like a strange, ear clog. So we're gonna keep summoning here, but I'll be muted for just one more moment, guys. Alright, so since we talked about COVID, for those of you guys who have had it or who have it right now, maybe you can answer this for me, because this is new. This just happened to me right now. My left ear just clogged up like you're on an airplane. And so when it clogged up, I tried to like blow, you know, you squeeze your nose and you blow and you open it up, and it clogged even further, and I now cannot hear out of my left ear at all, and the room just started like spinning. I got super dizzy. Oh, and it just popped. Okay. Oh, and it's back, and I can hear. Wow. Okay, that was fun. That's exactly what you want to happen while you're on stream. Wow, that was... Yeah, I don't have any gum here, but wow, that was Did not want to go away. So the left one just popped. The right one still has a tiny bit there. I'm not going to try and clear it. Yeah, no, I'm not going to mess with that again. No, well, yeah, I know the dizziness came from the ear pressure. It was more the fact that the pressure wouldn't relieve. Man, my whole body broke into a sweat. That was like that might have been my worst COVID moment right there, and I got to share it with 150 people. I think that right there, that was probably like my worst COVID moment. That like did not feel pleasant. No, Michael, that was definitely, I actually Googled it. Like when I turned the camera off, I Googled it. So apparently that is like a symptom. All right, so there you go, Devin. That was the pressure buildup of the 10 new nat 5s. All right. So let's recover from that moment. Let's focus on let's focus on 10 for 10 new nat 5s. We got 6 mystical scrolls left, then we move into the elementals. I thought we might have a blessing for the elementals, but because all we do is summon new nat 5s, there are going to be no blessings, unless one more. Okay. No blessings. So let's say, I think of the most wanted list, we have Wusa, Gani, Abelio, Wind and Fire Slayer. So the least wanted, the fewest of the most wanted list is going to be Fire. So we are going to come back over here. We get the special summon turned off. We're going to move over to the Carnal. there you go, man. There you go. But can I be the LeBron James of Summoners War summoning? Man, let's just start that debate right there. Yeah, so the right ear is still clogged, and like instinctively I'm dying to just like try and blow out the ear, and I know I will not do it, but like reflexively my hand just keeps wanting to go do it. Bill Russell, but man, Bill Russell dominated on height. I guess then again that's true of LeBron James too. So I think I'm more of the Spud Webb. I guess I'm the Spud Webb of Summoners War summoning. Devin, is that the old Jew-Bagel video? I think Jew-Bagel pulled 4 in 100 and then like was ready to just walk off set. Like, he was, and the funny thing is he pulled Narsha in that he pulled Narsha in that batch, and then the Narsha at the time was like the one that was a rip, but Narsha turned into the best of them because she got buffed like right after that. What up, Stug? How you doing, bro? It's crazy how much luck can influence this game. Like, just a couple of crazy scrolls can change everything. You have people who are free to play that can pull, like, people that are free to play and they just pull like the absolute right lucky scroll on one scroll and it can change everything. And then you have people who will buy like every LD scroll available. I don't know who that might be, and never pull the right unit. And it's just crazy like how much of a range of luck there is with the LD summons and how much they impact the game. Man, 600 days with a Gianna, huge congrats, man. So there's like Porch, I don't know, I haven't seen Porch here today, but sometimes he lurks. Porch has 2 Giannas. Imagine having 2 Giannas. The new Thor, huh? Is so I'm in quarantine right now. Is the new Thor available on streaming? Yeah, that is one thing. I've never pulled a dupe LD5. My luck, the next one will probably be a dupe Laura. Yeah, Noir, the look changed a little bit, I guess. I've been going back and forth between if I want to grow back the goatee. So I grew it for a week, and then I shaved it. Now I've grown it back for another week. I like the goatee, and I definitely like the less maintenance of shaving. But it's also very uncomfortable at times. So I'm trying something kind of strange right now. I'm shaving one portion of the goatee, just right on the lower lip, which is where it always gets very uncomfortable for me. And I'm going to grow it out a little bit further and then just see if it looks strange with that portion shaved. Which, if it does, it may. And if it does, it'll probably go away again. So that's what it'll be like, probably another week and a half before it gets long enough to like really tell that it's being shaved in one spot. And then I'll make the decision if I'm keeping it or not. I used a goatee, or I wore a goatee, had a goatee, whatever, for about 10 years before. Yeah, Ivan, 10 is insane, man. I've bought a lot of packs to get my 9. Yeah, we need the next summon. We need. I'm sure Ronan's around, man. He's saved for a year and a half. You know Ronan is watching, but we need that next Nat 5. I don't know. I guess that can count. You know what? I didn't see the Doctor Strange either. I barely ever watch anything, man. I'm always struggling to find time, and the thing that like gets cut more than anything else is just like movies and TV shows. I've been watching Blacklist with the girlfriend for like 3 months, and we're barely in season 3, and we actually enjoy it. We just can never find time. Bro, let's hear the nice. Let's hear the nice. We want to see nice and not dupe. There we go. Nat 5 number 11 coming up. We got a nice. That is 11 new Nat 5s in a row, guys. 11 in a row. I don't even know how that's possible, man. We should be summoning dupes of the summons already. Like even if you had no Nat 5s, we should be getting dupes of the Nat 5s that we've already summoned at this point. This is insane. That would actually be kind of funny if they were all duped, but I don't think so, because then you'd be missing out on the blessings, man. All right, look at this right here, guys. Look at this right. You know what? We got to clear out. I got to find whichever monster island has the other stuff so we can clear out the rest. And we can just look at all the new Nat 5s in one place. I have no idea where it is. I just checked this one, right? Yeah. Here? Alright, those last few, they just get to hide. They just get to hide on the island, I guess. We can't get rid of the Kiki or the double lightning emperor, the double empress. And the tower by the summon portal. Oh, good eye, man. Good eye. Good eye. That got 2 of them. Oh no, and the Kaki's the rep. Okay, perfect. Good eye, man. Well, we can fix that. Here we go. Who's the best? Well, this is the newest. So we'll do this. Share some Chiwu energy, please. You looking for a Chiwu? I didn't unlock. I made it rep, right? Did I unlock it by mistake? 15 Ifrits in a row, and then 40 mystical scrolls. Man! Congrats on the, how do you save 15 Ifrits? Well, no, I guess because you're saving up for skills, right? Okay. Alright, everything should be locked now, right? Let's see. Yeah, everything's locked. There we go. 11 nat 5s, 11 new nat 5s chilling. Yeah, we didn't even let's see. We didn't even check like what's your guild saying right now, man? What, did your guild know you were doing the summoning session today? That's actually a good question. Did the guild know you were summoning today? Are you getting wrecked in arena right now, Emily? All right, let's see here. Okay, well the guild is guild's not saying much, but wow. Yeah, take a break. Take a break. Whenever you start getting wrecked, it just snowballs. The tilt is real, man. It just snowballs. So take a breather for like 20 minutes and then go back to it. That'd be what I would try. I say that like I actually do that. I never do that. I just keep throwing wings after wings and then I rage even more. But it's what we all should do when the RNG is getting you, or when just you're getting yourself. You know, take a mental break. All right, if we don't pop a nat 5 out of this batch right here, we're gonna restart the farming. We did slow down a little bit. So I think the original rates, we pulled this up. The original rates were 12.5 out of regulars. Which defense was it, Emily? I think I saw you listed earlier. I started to answer and then I got distracted. It was a Savannah Kiki, right? Savannah Kiki, something like that. Samath, Triton, or Clara Savannah Kiki. Okay, so in that particular team, the major threat right there is the Savannah defense breaking to set up the Kiki snipe. So if you have a Feng Yang, well, first of all, there's two ways you can deal with that. Leo, if you have Leo will turn the Savannah damage into next to nothing. So you can run a Leo in, and then that takes away most of the threat of the Savannah. If you have a Feng Yang or anything else that scales to defense, the Savannah's not going to be able to defense break. Because the thing is, the Savannah's skill 3 will only defense break if her attack is higher than your defense. So if you run something like Leo and Feng Yang into that team, and then just run like a Lulu or something in there, you should be able to just bruise her right through that team. Playtime, I'm assuming that if she could Tiana Fasayan, and she would have done so already. She probably can't outspeed the Clara. You can also put your fastest Swift set onto like a Kabila or an Escher to take turn 1, but you would need more of a, you know, it's a completely different comp. The easiest way to deal with that if you're frustrated and just want to beat it is to run a Leo to nerf the Savannah damage, and then if you don't have the Leo, run the Fang and some other defense scaling units. Make sure that the Savannah can't defense break you, and then just target the Kiki first, because all the damage there is going to be coming from the Kiki. If the Savannah's taken care of, then it's just the Kiki. Pontos, Hagang, Wusa, Velenis. Yeah, actually, Hagang also can work there, but the Hagang team really needs to be tuned all the way. You would have to run like a Hagang back into another kind of CC unit on your side. It requires a team that's built and tuned. Yeah, Tessa's going to be really good into that defense as well. The Abellio to me is a little bit riskier, but would work most of the time. As long as the Abellio is built on super high defense, then it's not risky. If the Abellio is built on high HP, then it's risky because the Savannah can proc it out. See, I mean, it sucks that you don't have the Tiana, Emily, but it's not like Wusa was a bad pick. I don't think there's anybody here that would be like, oh, you made a dumb choice, right? I mean, Wusa is still really strong, especially depending on your stage of game. So, I mean, it sucks when you don't have a unit that you need, but honestly, the Tiana is going to be really hard to outspeed the Clara with anyway. You need crazy Swift runes, because Tiana's base speed is 96, Clara's 103, 104, right around there. So it's a big speed difference. Dude, I struggle with Tiana and RTA. Tiana's a problem for me in RTA, but Tiana's amazing for siege offense and arena offense. I mean, she's amazing for those two areas, but that's it. You don't run her on any defenses. She's got more niche usage in RTA. She's really good in RTA when she fits those uses, but they're niche. So ADS, how would you use Leo Lucifer? If you're talking about for arena offense, usually that's going to be with a Bastet and a Lucian. If you're talking about RTA, usually that's going to be with a Bastet, a Lucian, and then probably like a second speed lead. The Lucifer, by the way, there gets the faster Swift set, not the Bastet, because they're going to ban usually either the Leo or the Lucifer, but the Lucifer also needs to be on a high damage set. Oh yeah, just drop an LD5. There you go. Leo Lucifer Ludia. Absolutely. Alright, we're going to come back to the all attributes a little bit more. Once again, we're going to do 3 more here. We're going to do 3 more on the all attributes before we move to the next element. Let's see if we can pull a Nat 5 out of these. So this is the only scroll that's really been kind of down so far. It gave us a Molly on the first pull. Then it gave us back-to-back. That's like the 3rd Akia from the all attribute scrolls. But right now, Light Battle Angel is not you. All right, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We'll go back. We'll go back. The all attributes are going to pop at some point. All attributes are going to pop at some point. We'll get the farming running again. Lucifer, Leo, Ongyuki, there you go. I mean, why not just throw Gianna in there, guys, then? How fast should Lucifer be? On your fastest Swift set. Well, not for arena offense, no. For arena offense, he doesn't need speed because you're running him with the Leo. But for RTA, he needs speed. If they ban the Leo, the Lucifer has to be able to outspeed. Yeah, Nicotus, we could set that up. We can definitely set that up. Message me in Discord. Well, Emily, so that's the thing. You needed more defense scaling units with the Fang, but as long as he won, it doesn't matter if he was last man standing. It just matters that he won. Siege defense, Xingzhe, Nora, Ariel. Xingzhe, Nora, Ariel. Do I think Ariel does... I think Ariel does enough there. I'm trying to think if I think Ariel does enough there. I might prefer a different support over the Ariel, but I think the Xingzhe Nora is not bad. I mean, you've got good elemental balance. It can't be Lucian. There's obviously cleaves that it can be used, but no siege defense is perfect now. So I don't know if I love the Ariel there. I might... what other support could you use there? Wusa, maybe. Yeah, I might like Xingzhe Nora Wusa more because the Wusa will add a little bit more damage. Other than that, yeah. I think that's not bad, man. I think that's not bad. Yeah, he was last man for you, so you got the 1, right? All right, do I think Dark Phoenix will get a buff? Possibly. I don't think they seem to really care too much about the older units these days. There's fewer buffs on older units, more buffs on newer units. Now, some older units do get buffed, but like I was going to say Masha. I was going to call Masha an older unit. Masha's not that old. Masha's like 2 years old, right? The Phoenixes are much older. So they do buff older units sometimes, but because their balance patches seem to be geared towards newer units, there are fewer older units buffed each patch. You know, we don't see 20 old units buffed. Now we see 5 because they're buffing the new ones instead. So whichever ones get buffed are the ones that win the jackpot. And then you look at like they buffed Van Cliff and it was actually a nerf, right? Yeah, the Phoenix base speed got buffed. Phoenix base speed got buffed and the Perna S2. All the Phoenixes got buffed like 2 patches ago. And the Teshar buff actually was pretty legit. For Teshar. Like, Teshar's not OP, but it was a huge buff to take Teshar from being useless to actually having some use. And then the Perna buff was actually pretty solid. Perna buff was quite relevant. The strip that they added to Perna was huge, and the base speed was huge. Dark Phoenix probably needs a lot more, but I don't know that the Dark Phoenix is going to be up. Because my point is that, you know, when a monster gets a buff, now there's so many monsters and so few that are getting buffs, it's like winning the lottery. And the Dark Phoenix already got buffed a couple of times, so I don't know that he's going to be up again soon. I don't use Teshar. He's not deviled, so I haven't used him, but I know that there are some people that are using him. And I know there are some people who tested him, and the thing is, like, he became usable. I shouldn't say he's good, he became usable. He's like a Tayor. You know, Tayor, we were talking about him earlier. Tayor is an underrated unit that you can use if you don't have Poseidon or Chung, for example. I think Teshar kind of fits into that category where if you pull Teshar early game, he can fill some gaps for you until you get better units. But that's still a big upgrade from him being completely useless. So he went from completely useless to a monster that if you happen to summon him early in the game, he can be useful. Fearless, if you actually check my website URL, like right there, I do account service. It's $50 an hour. I'm usually booked about 2 to 3 weeks in advance. I do think I have some openings the week after next. I'm not positive. But you can message me in Discord if you're interested. Adzrain, I have actually done specifically that video that you're asking about. I've done several videos on RTA that talk specifically about how to think for band pick and about how to prepare your box for the season. I don't have any of the links off the top of my head. If there's Tariq, oh, by the way, Tariq, what up, man? How you doing, Tariq? I agree with you 100% that Van Cliff needs a buff. Tariq, would you mind dropping, actually, I know the videos that I'm thinking about, and you don't. So let me see, let me see if I can find the video link. The thing is, normally I could give you a title, and when I give you the title, then it's a lot easier so that you know what you're looking for, because there's 2 or 3 videos I have in mind specifically. I'm gonna drop some links into chat for you here in a minute. Sonora says I specifically counterpick an RTA, and if I have last pick, yeah. Noir, you might check out swarena.gg. I mean, I don't know if you're free to play, so I pay $5 a month. This is not sponsored. I pay for the service, but it's a great service that I highly recommend for people who want to advance in RTA because it tracks all of your data from your own drafts. And one of the things it shows you is how you do when you first pick and last pick. And it's always interesting to me to see the splits between first pick, last pick. I do better when I'm picking second as well. All right, this has been a little bit of a dry spell, guys. We've gotten 11 new Nat 5s. I just want to remind, and for those of you who came in late, we've gotten 11 new Nat 5s, so I'm not exactly panicking right now over the dry spell, but it would be nice if things would turn around. The fact that they were all new is just so insane. I mean, it's just beyond insane, but it would still be nice if we could pull one more Nat 5 right here. I mean, we're due now. We're due for our next one. Right here, Nat 5, right? Okay, new unit at least. New unit. Okay, here we go. Abs, that's the first one that I would recommend. So that one is, that one's about box building. This one is RTA gameplay. This one is turn 2, like how to build a turn 2 team. Then there's gonna be, there's several more. I've done a lot of different like how-tos on RTA, but there's one more in particular. The last one, I'm not seeing it right away, but, oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the last one. Last one that I would recommend. This one, the last one is like RTA for nerds. It's a spreadsheet. It's how to like pre-map. Bro, Tyrannus, we finally got our next Nat 5, quote unquote. Finally, bro, there it is. All right, is it nice or is it dupe, guys? Did we do 12 in a row? Oh, first dupe. First dupe. Okay, I can't really feel bad after we got 11 in a row. It's just, it sucks to lose that streak, man. 11 in a row is such an OP streak. Such an OP streak. All right, Ronan, are we doing a blessing? This is the first chance we've actually had for a blessing, but we still have plenty and plenty and plenty of summons. All right, while we wait to see if we're doing a blessing, we're gonna get a back-to-back Nat 5 right here because the blessing doesn't apply to the all attributes. Bro, the all attributes are like not doing it. They're just not doing it. We'll do 2 more here. The all attributes have been the only real letdown because the scrolls have been insane. The scrolls have been insane. And the all attributes did give us a molly. It was a dupe molly, but a dupe molly is useful for siege defense. So there's nothing wrong with a dupe molly. That's a win in most cases. But bro, after that dupe molly, it's been like, where are you at? All right, so Ronan asked for my opinion. My opinion is probably yes, because we have a guaranteed Nat 5, but let's take a look at your actual box. Let's see what we're really missing. Well, this is how we got 11 new Nat 5s, right? Oh, you're right. I need to be checking non-awakened. You're right, checking non-awakened. So 2, 3, 4... That's about half the row, half the row. Okay, yeah, you know what? I take it back. So we're a little over half. You're right in that sweet spot, bro. Yeah, you're right in that sweet spot. So where I say you want a blessing is when you have between 1/3 and 2/3, or when you have between 30 and 70% of the Nat 5s. Because if you have less than 30%, the odds are you're going to just be choosing between 2 new ones, and it's kind of a tough choice. If you have more than 70, a lot of times you get a choice of dupes and it was a waste. But right now you're in that 30 to 70% sweet spot. We have several guaranteed Nat 5 summons coming up, so I would say it's worth the blessing. Maybe get a chance to get that Wusa or the Gani or the Carnal, one of the units you're looking for. Minato or Ambar? Who is Ambar? Is that the fire one? That's the fire battle angel. I'm bad with the names on the new units sometimes. Minato is generally unimpressive. That's the water one. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. Minato is generally unimpressive, and they did buff Douglas several times, and Douglas and Minato seem to fill the same kind of role. So I'm cautiously optimistic that Minato will get the Douglas treatment. With that said, Douglas, although he can be OP in situations, he's very situational. Battle Angels, we don't know what they're going to do with them. They're all very underwhelming right now, but they won't be buffed for at least 3 months. So if it were me, I'd probably take Minato, because I think that Minato serves a defined role, and when a unit serves a defined role, it's easier to buff that unit. Like, you can just make that unit better in that role. And I think we know what Minato's supposed to do, so I think they just need to make him do it better. Amber, I don't know if we know what she's supposed to do yet, so I don't know if they're going to figure out how to make her better quickly. Plus, the Minato is more likely to get buffed before the Ember. So that's my opinion, but it really could go either way. It really could go either way. Like, neither of them are good today. Minato is better than Amber today, probably. I don't even know. I don't even know if Amber's good or not, because we haven't seen much on her. The kits don't look all that exciting, but she could wind up being good. Sometimes you read a kit and it's like, wow, that's OP, and it winds up not being. And sometimes you read a kit and you're like, oh, that sucks, and it winds up being great. So we need to see like how they're gonna be. Like, we don't really know that much about the Battle Angels yet. We know the Shadowcasters at this point. We know where the Shadowcasters lie. Ren looked like he was going to be triple S. He wound up being S+. Minato looked like he was going to be S+. He wound up being S- or A+. I think the Minato will get buffed into S tier, though. Yeah, and then we know Veronica. Veronica, triple, quadruple, 100 times S. Veronica beyond busted. Beyond busted. All right, so we're going to switch up to water now, because 2 of the most wanted are water, including the Wusa. Yeah, Bell Pepper. I don't have the water one. I don't have the water Battle Angel. I have Minato and I have the fire Battle Angel, but just on the basis of like Minato is likely to get buffed sooner, and I feel like the buff for Minato is going to be easier. That's the main thing. Like when they have so the Battle Angels, because their kits are all kind of funky, I'm trying to figure out like how they're going to be buffed to not. The Battle Angels are either going to be so far stupidly OP or not very good, or they're going to have to rewrite their kits entirely, because the kits don't really do anything special right now. There's no May about it, Cytex. Veronica does have a better S3 than Gianna, and she has a better S2 than Gianna. Do I ever think that they will buff the Wind Trash Minato? I pulled him day 1. Yeah, I do believe that. I believe the Shadowcasters are due for buffs in the next patch. And I do think he'll get buffed, Mr. Olm. I do believe that. So here's the thing. Veronica has a better S3 and a better S2, but Gianna's S1 is on another level. The turn cycling of Gianna and the fact that you can build her triple revenge and continually steal turns is huge. So I'm not here to say that that Veronica is better than Gianna, because Gianna's S1 is so much better. But I do think that Veronica's S2 is on a whole other level. Like, Gianna's got a bomb that ignores defense if it doesn't get cleansed. Veronica just ignores your defense. And then the S3, Gianna strips into a stun if you have will. Veronica strips into a 2-turn reset whether or not you have will. So I feel like Veronica's S3 is a little better, her S2 is a little better, her S1 is not as good. They're both 2 of the 3 best units in the game, along with Lima. Yeah, the thing there, Realist, is Jameyer would counter the Veronica because he can't be reset. Other than that, the rest of those counters are all the same thing as Gianna, in that they only counter if you get that 15% resistance check. So those aren't really counters. They're just they're units that you can play against her, but they don't really counter her. Like Verd will give you attack bar off his passive, but it doesn't help if all your team is reset. Okay, so realist, I would argue that Riley counters Gianna more than Veronica. Here's why. 2 reasons why. First reason, Riley has to get hit 3 times in order to get the skill 4. Veronica's only going to hit her once, so the Riley totem is not going to be up on turn 1. And a reset Riley on turn 1 is actually kind of a big deal. I know because I deal with that with Oliver a lot. The other thing is, Riley can cleanse Gianna's bombs. Veronica just does the ignore defense straight out. So Riley completely counters, or not completely, because you can get stunned and stuff. Riley partially counters the Gianna S2, but does not counter the Veronica S2 at all. If you get ignore defense sniped, you're out. It's just GG. Whereas Gianna also usually is not built with that high of attack, and she doesn't kill with her bombs, she controls with her bombs. So Riley is viable against Gianna, is more viable, in my opinion, Riley is probably more viable against Gianna than Veronica. Oh, it's the dot one. Okay, I stand corrected on that part. Okay, I stand corrected on a lot. You're right, Ivan. Yeah. Okay, so I completely take back parts of what I said. Gianna S2 is better than Veronica's. Yeah, 100% my bad on that. So Gianna S2 is better than Veronica's because you're right, it's the dot one. The bombs from Gianna probably a little bit better because of the built-in proc. And in that case, I would say the Riley is about an equal value against both of them because a reset Riley on turn 1 is a big deal. The Riley still cleanses the Gianna bombs, but the Riley sustain over time and the ability to cleanse the glancing is going to be a big offset on the Veronica. So I think Riley's an equal counter on both. And I stand corrected on the S2. Gianna's S2 then is going to be better than Veronica S2. Slightly. Very, very slightly. Veronica S2 is still probably really strong. How much do I hate Laura when I see Veronica? I try not to think about Laura, man. Laura sparked the biggest rage spend I've ever had in this game, man. I spent more money the month I pulled Laura, because I was on such tilt from just pulling crap LD5 after crap LD5. The month I pulled Laura, I spent more money on this game than I've ever spent, before or after. So I just try not to think about her, because she puts me on tilt. Counter Gianna with segment, it works most of the time. Yeah, I mean, my win rate with segment was pretty decent last season. I'll use segment against Gianna sometimes. So you get the segment and the hay gang in the draft. The trick is making sure that you can counter the rest of the team because you're putting 2 units in to counter 1. Okay, Ivan brought out. Okay, guys, we're gonna do a poll here. This should be fun because Ivan just brought out a great question. Let's do it. Let's do a quick poll. Let's do a quick poll, guys. Who would you take in an imaginary blessing? Gianna or Veronica? Live battling. Let's do an imaginary poll. Let's see where everybody stands. Veronica, no nerf. In this poll, Veronica is not getting nerfed. Gianna is not getting nerfed. Their kits stay the same forever. Kits stay the same forever. RT Kind Killer. You obviously don't have to spend exactly this much to get an LD5 because you're going to get free scrolls through the game and there's luck. But on average, come to us values LD scrolls at about $30 a piece. On average, it is 300 to 1 to get an LD5. That means each LD5 is worth about $9,000. Now, to mitigate that a little bit, remember you do get some LD scrolls for free. You do obviously have some luck in there. You get the ability to trade your Nat 5s for LD scrolls, so you're not truly buying 300 LD scrolls for that. And then the other thing is, remember that Amazon coins reduces that cost by 22%. So it's probably $7,500 if you're buying the scrolls. Whatever 22% of that is, $7,800, something like that. I've got COVID, I can't do that. That's my excuse. But okay, now it's bugging me now. So you reduce it by 1980, so it's $7,000. Yeah, it's $7,000 for an LD5 if you use Amazon coins. But now let's take it a step further. I don't know exactly how many monsters are in the game, but let's say there's 70-ish Nat 5s in the game that you can get an LD5 for. So if you want just Gianna, if we're saying it's $7,000, it's actually $490,000 to summon Gianna. Now, obviously, when you get into numbers that big, you know, there's standard deviation, which means it's virtually that $490,000 is probably third plus unit of standard deviation. Well, somebody could get it for $3, somebody could not get it for 20 million. But if you just take the posted rates and then you assume 70 Nat 5s, it may be less or more. If somebody has the number, you could just fix that. But I think it's somewhere 50 to 70 Nat 5s, something like that. So if we assume about 70 Nat 5s and you say you're just looking for a Gianna, and the rate is 300 to 1 against summoning at $30 a scroll, it's $490,000 to get a Gianna. And that's with the Amazon coin discount. So for those of you who have Gianna, guys, you're millionaires halfway there. You're halfway to millionaires. And if you're Porch with 2 Giannas, you're a millionaire. Guy says if I summon both of them, I'll vote. Very nice. What up, noob? How you doing, bro? What up, Reaper? How's it going, man? I saw you say you're bored. Sorry, we've had a lot of chat today. I didn't get to say what up. Mr. Awam, how you doing as well, man? I answered your question, but I didn't say hello. Ivan, I would say the dupe ragdoll is kind of a rip. I don't know what I would do with a dupe ragdoll, but dupe Giannas would both be ruined for me in RTA because you can run Gianna in 3 different builds. I would even take 3 Giannas, and I would run 1 Swift, 1 Vile, 1 Triple Revenge. If you don't have any LD5 and you're just trying to get an LD5, Fearless. Okay, Fearless, I won't plug that one for you, but... Oh, I haven't even heard of that one, I mean, the reality is, though, most of us will say, like, we want this LD5 or that LD5, but... no, Ronald, most Gianna accounts sell for between... see, it depends on how well developed the account is. If it's a starter account, they sell for, like, $200-300, maybe, something like that. By starter, I mean if it doesn't have a lot of runes and it doesn't have much of a box. If it's a well-developed account, those are the ones that sell for the most, and they can go anywhere from like 3 to 15 grand, 3 to 10 grand, depending. Like a G3 RTA that has a bunch of other LDs and really good runes and has the Gianna might get 10 to 15. Most Gianna accounts would probably, if it's like a well-developed G2-ish Gianna account, it would be like 1,500 to 3 grand, something like that. All right, we're gonna hit the legends before the win scrolls because we have the blessing. I'd like to pop the blessing and maybe get that Wusa or one of those. Oh, is it only 60, Pepina? I thought it was a little more than that. All right, big boy, have a good night, bro. Thanks for hanging out, man. Gianna would add a lot more than 1,500 to my account, noob, because then I would get the G3 finish too. Bro! Bro, look at that one! Oh, that's actually kind of a tough blessing. It's not, it is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. I feel like it isn't because it's Tiana, but Ethna is also S tier, man. Those are 2 really legit units, but I feel like the Tiana is kind of the win here. Yeah, Tiana, well, actually, Ethna is really unique also. Ethna is really unique, but Tiana's going to be more useful. Tiana's just more useful. Ethna, SS tier, and unique, but Tiana's just more useful. How much can you sell your F3 account for, Michael? It depends on the box. Probably not as much as you put into it, unless you're free to play. These are Ronins. Okay, Ronan says, take the Polar Queen. So, Nat 5, number 12, Nat 5, number 13. New Nat 5, number 12. New Nat 5, number 12. Nat 5, number 13. Remember, overall rates for this session were 21. So we're expecting 21 total Nat 5s. That includes the 3 Transcendent Scrolls that are still coming. However, when you're talking about 21 Nat 5s, you're thinking that if you get 11 new ones, that's nice. So we've already exceeded the new Nat 5s that we would expect. Because you would expect, he's got about half the Nat 5s, or a little under half the Nat 5s. So we would expect like 12 or 13 new at the most. It is kind of funny that I stopped doing Wind Scrolls and went to the Legend and then popped a choice of 2 wins. I will say that. Yeah, realist, that's why I said, like, there are definitely people where Ethna would make sense. There are definitely boxes where Ethna makes sense. I don't think they were that far apart. Sky, your account's got an F3 finish with a Nephthys. The runes are now like 2 years behind, but I would guess your accounts were, I don't know, 800, Sky? Somewhere between 700 and 1,000 would be my guess, from the accounts that I've seen listed. Because you've got Miying, you've got the Mana, you've got a pretty deep box, a lot of dupes. It's a siege ready account. Well, it's not siege ready because it needs more farming. But you've got the box for siege, it just needs farming. So as far as like, and your runes, like when you played, I know we all gave you crap, but when you played heavily, you did a lot of raid, which is to your credit. Because a lot of people don't do enough raids, so your runes are well grinded. It's more a question of depth, I think, just because you haven't farmed for a couple of years, you're behind, and I don't know what your artifacts look like. But as far as the runes go, your runes were, you know, joking aside, your runes weren't bad, they just weren't deep. So I think like your account would get like, yeah, like probably 700 to 1,000. Blaze, yeah, there's a couple of websites where people sell accounts, but I would be very careful who you buy from because you never know. You want to make sure you're not buying a hacked or stolen account. You want to make sure that you're not buying from somebody who's going to rip you off. So there are sites that sell accounts, but just be really careful. If you chose to buy an account, be really careful. I don't know what that means for Com2US terms of service too. There's so much account sale. Like, they're obviously not banning account sales, but it probably violates the TOS, so you may lose your ability to get support from Com2US on a purchased account. I don't know, since I haven't purchased one. But there's a couple of websites out there. I know what the values are because there's a couple of websites out there, and I know a broker, so I know some people that have bought accounts, so I kind of have a feel for what the values are these days. Well, that was my point, Yvonne, is that if the account is hacked, you would lose the one that you bought. If it was a stolen account, and rightfully so, if somebody's account was stolen, you should lose it, so. Oh, nice. Sky, you going to Phoenix? Zero runes, 0 Hardies. You would know, bro. You've seen her try to put up defenses. Alright, so we're going to come out of, hopefully we pull one more. We got 18 more tries here, but we come out of the regular scrolls. The rates were 12.5, so we come out with 12 if we don't pull one more here. So we're a half under. But again, I can't keep emphasizing enough, 12 new Nat 5s means we obliterated the rates of what you actually expect to get. We also got one off the most wanted list with the Odin. I feel like the Tiana probably should be on the most wanted list also, even if she wasn't mentioned at the time. And then we got 2 of the new Battle Angels as well. Let's not forget we got 2 of the new units. Which reminds me, crap, I forgot to turn that off. Wait, we didn't get the wind one. No, that's correct. Yeah, we didn't get the wind one, so that should be turned on. Alright, how about a wind Battle Angel? Last scroll, wind Battle Angel! Best LD5 for a free-to-play would be Ragdoll, because what Ragdoll does is allow you to compete with lower quality runes. I mean, Ragdoll does a lot more, obviously. Like, I'm not trying to... that might have sounded wrong, but the thing is, like, you can run Ragdoll teams with slower... You can focus more on efficiency than speed, which is easier to get if you're free-to-play. That's a better way to say it. Even Gianna, like Noob says Gianna. Gianna is OP, but Gianna actually needs crazy efficient runes, and she needs monsters with her. And she needs fast efficient runes. Gianna needs fast efficient runes, and she needs monsters with her that are also on fast efficient runes. Gianna would be really good for a free-to-play who wanted to play a control team if you had the right units to support her. But Ragdoll fits in more teams, and he gives you more forgiveness. You don't need OP artifacts on a Ragdoll team, and you just get generally more forgiveness with your runes. So I feel like Ragdoll is probably... Oh, that's so... Bro! LD4! Oh, and it's a good one! It is a good one! The All Attributes finally gave us another LD4. Noob, that was so troll, man. That was so troll. Is Ileana new? Is Ileana new? Because Ileana's a really strong LD4. Alright, we've got one new LD4, one dupe LD4, even though the Molly to me, Molly is a solid dupe, so 2 really solid pulls on the LDs. Dude, Noob, that was brutal, man. That was brutal. Alright, Ileana skill up, following the Ileana. We got 3 more tries here for the LD5. We still have 170 LD scrolls, but 3 more tries off the all attributes. I pulled the 3rd Molly the other day. I insta-built her. Okay, last try on the all attributes right here. So Mr. Wom says, I have a Ragdoll account, C3 RTA runes, but the account doesn't have as many nat 5s as I do, but good runes. What would you do if... bro, I've seen your builds, man. I think you stick with your main account. As much as Ragdoll would help, your main account, you've got some really strong builds, you've got some really strong units, you've put a lot of time into it. I would stick with your main, personally. Ragdoll's OP, but if you're talking about an account that doesn't have a good box to go with it, it gets to be less. You know, the question of like which unit can bring you further forward, if you were talking about like you have a Ragdoll account and you can get bro, there it is! There it is! Okeanos! Is he new? I can't remember if this would say new here. I don't think it does. I don't think this says new or not. Like in the single summons, I don't think it tells us if it's new. Oh, man, I keep... Oh, there's the... Yes, we gotta do this. Alright, we gotta pay the Tiana, and then again, because I forgot to pay, I'm gonna go ahead and pay the Oki. So you guys are getting some free points today, because I keep forgetting to pay. Pay the Tiana and the Oki. Alright, Roni says he's new, guys. That is Nat 5, new Nat 5, number 13. Lucky 13, 13 new Nat 5s. That's insane, man. That is insane. Alright, let's pull out the Ileana and the Molly. We get our full showcase here. So there's the Molly, and there's the Ileana. All right, new number 14 coming up. We're not even through the pieces yet here. All right. Ragdoll's the best monster to lower your rune requirement. Yeah, there you go, exactly. Ragdoll just gives you so much forgiveness. Mr. Wom, so you said it's your cousin's account. You stopped playing recently. Yeah, bro. I mean, honestly, I feel like you've already made C3 on your account, so I don't know that it's actually a step up for you. But it might be fun just to play it for a season. I mean, one thing you could do is play it for a season, just feel the different style, and then compare how you would have done, right? And if you make Guardian with it, then keep it. And if you don't make Guardian with it, then sell it and invest into your main account, something like that. Or don't invest into it. If don't spend money you can't afford to spend, obviously, is my point. Would I re-up a 6-star heroic? No, never re-up a hero rune, period. Never, ever re-up a hero rune. Blaze says, if you're free to play and you like to get an LD5, how much would you have to spend? Does it involve luck? Yeah, Blaze, so even if you're a spender, there is no guarantee that you will get an LD5. So first of all, Come To Us limits the number of LD scrolls you can buy, period. At most, you can buy 70 to 100 a month, depending on what the packs are. So you're going to be buying every single available LD scroll and piece for a minimum of 3 months just to be on rates. And that's a lot of money. We talked about this earlier. It could be about $7,000. Now, when you talk about something being 300 to 1 against, there's no like mercy system or pity system in Come To Us. 300 to 1 is crazy RNG. So my first 1,200 LD scrolls in this game, I had 0 LD5s. My next 800 LD scrolls, I had 1. So in my first 2,000 LD scrolls in this game, I got 1 LD5. Then in the course of a year and a half, I pulled 8 LD5s over about 1,600 scrolls. So if you think about it, like, I've been way ahead of rates for the past year and a half, but the first 2,000 scrolls, I got almost nothing. So imagine if you bought 2,000 scrolls and pulled 0 LD5s. Now you're talking about having spent like 50 grand. If you just tried to buy every LD scroll and just do it as fast as possible and not get the free scrolls in game and all that, it's an insane amount of money. So the amount of luck that you would need, it's insane. And then when you do get an LD5, there's no guarantee that it won't be crap. Like, most of my LD5s are actually crap. And then there are people out there that have just like Gianna Lima Ragdoll as their 3 LD5s. So it's all luck, because even if you do get one, there's no guarantee you get a good one. Dude, Noob, that's freaking insane. But how did he even buy that many, man? How did he even buy that many? Like, they don't sell that many. Let's see. Ragdoll doesn't synergize with playstyle. I think that Ragdoll would work with your playstyle. I do think he would work with your playstyle. Don't spend in the game because I hate gambling. I just work with what I have. For me, it's pointless. Yeah, so Mr. Om, like I said, don't spend what you're not comfortable spending. Sell the account and keep the money. Get something back for your time in the game, if nothing else. What do you mean? There are servers that don't have the same rate, Cytex? Alright, we are in a dry spell here. Is there something we can do to change this up? We already ran that. Alright, let's like collect mission. Let's just do something to change this up a little bit. Yeah, you know what we can do to change this up? We can summon a Nat 5. We can summon a Nat 5. That's what we can do to change this up. Alright, here's what's gonna happen, guys. I need a restroom break. We're gonna do 3 more LD scrolls and leave the Nat 5 on screen while I take the restroom break. That's the deal. China's server is forced to be true rates by Chinese law. So does that mean that they get like an LD5 guaranteed every 300 or something? Oh, so that's screwed up because China server can compete in RTA. That's really screwed up. I didn't know that. I would be fine with it if they were not competing with us in RTA. To me, if they have different rates, then they shouldn't be allowed to compete in inter-server events. All right, man. We really need something here. We really need something. All right, we're not gonna go to the LDs while we're dry. That's for sure. That's for sure. What up, Shmoo? How you doing, man? Yeah, bro, 13 new Nat 5s. I'm like, we need something here, and then I look over at my notes. 13 new Nat 5s. Just remember, 13 new Nat 5s. Maybe we don't need something. So Mr. Oam, the thing with Dominic is he kind of serves the same role as Julienne for me. So Dominic was actually my highest win rate monster last season, but I didn't draft him that much. This season, I'd like to figure out a little bit more how to draft him, but it's tough. Dude, seriously, back to back. It's tough for me to just figure out, like I have all my best units all serve the same role. Like Dominic, Julienne, Cadiz, Beelzebub, all of them are fighting for the same draft spot. In almost every comp I run, it's very rare that I'll get more than one of those in a draft and have the draft make sense. Beelzebub is clearly last of the four. He's definitely not nearly as good as the others. But getting Julienne versus Cadiz versus Dominic, it's figuring out which of those is going to work best for me. Same crap rates in China server. All right, guys, that was a long dry spell. So here's what we're going to do. I do need a restroom break. We are gonna take a quick restroom break. We're gonna do one LD summon. One LD summon. If we don't spark, we're just gonna leave this on screen and let the game cool off for 30 seconds. Spark! Insta no spark. Insta no spark. All right, we're gonna leave this on screen. We will be right back, guys. 30-second restroom break. All right, let me see here. Pretty unlucky with regular elementals, 2 surfers, 2 weapon masters. Oh yeah, that's a rip, Yvonne. That's a rip, man. So, Mr. Oam, I haven't found much way to work Cadiz in yet because Julienne is better. That's been the big thing for me. Is I pulled him before last season, and I just haven't given him enough use yet. I need to figure out how I can use him. Dude, that's like the 3rd straight Wahi off the Legend Scrolls. Best pull so far, maybe Tiana Jax. We do have 2 of the new Battle Angels, so we have 13 new overall. We do have 2 Battle Angels, though. Those will eventually get buffed, right? So it's been a pretty solid... Oh, we pulled Odin also, who was on the most wanted list. So I don't know. Odin maybe just because Odin was most wanted. Odin and Tiana, probably both the Battle Angels. Been a lot, man. There was a Velijuel. There's been so many strong units. There was an Okeanos. The thing with Cadiz, the bigger thing for me is Cadiz is going to be best on triple revenge. and my revenge runes are not good. I've been focusing revenge now. My re-ups have gone to revenge and so forth, but my revenge runes just are not good, and I can't get a build that I like on Cadiz. Okay, come on, Comtua. Seriously, bro. What is up with the Skydance? Okay, no. That's, no. Just, no. No. Alright, we're gonna relog here really quick because, I mean, time gates are one thing, but that's, like, gone beyond time gate into, like, dimensional portal or something. That... that's just not. That was too much. So I'm actually gonna log out and log back in. That last Skydancer like sent me over the edge. That was a little too much. Dark? Okay, we'll take the dark and the light Skydancer though. We will take the dark and the light Skydancer. That's the thing, man. I've tried to use him in a handful of places, and I haven't found a good use for him yet. But, I mean, he's a strong unit. The problem is Julienne's a better unit, and they just fill the same role. So that's. Oops, I'm going to RTA because we're talking about RTA. So I'm going to RTA. All right, so we've got the relog here. We're gonna restart. Let's change up the dungeons too. We're gonna go to Giants now. We're gonna go to Giants. No more Skydancers unless they're light or dark. Light or dark Skydancers are acceptable. No other Skydancers are acceptable from this point. Come to us. Nat 5, please. One time. Yes, sir. Poseidon. Is he new? Is he new? Look at that. Just a quick little relog and we're good to go. Is the Poseidon new? Oh, and it's new, guys. Nat 5, new Nat 5, number 14. Dude, we pulled Tiana and Poseidon, and I'm sure we pulled the Galleon. So, all we need now is the Samoth. We've gotten you 3 of the 4. All we need now is the Samoth. Bro, we're gonna make you like a G3 arena player in one summon session. I want to see a Samoth right here. Can we do Poseidon Samoth back to back? All right, 2 out of 3. Poseidon Samoth, 2 out of 3 is all good, man. Or maybe you have Samoth already. I don't know. Do you have Samoth? No, Bell Peppers. He actually has about half the units. We looked at the box, and he's somewhere around half the units. I mean, he did save for a year and a half, so none of the... Oh, fake. Second fake. That was our second fake. Huh, but it was the Logan that I was talking about earlier as being OP, so there you go. Bro, it's another one! It's the newly buffed Masha, man. So we're doing Arena and RTA today. Bro, is that 15 new? That's gotta be 15 new, right? That's 15 new. Oh, it's a dupe. Oh, okay. 14 new, 2 dupes. 14 new, 2 dupes. We get a blessing, though. We get a blessing out of this. All right, we still have 3 trans scrolls left, so the blessing is not a bad thing here at all. This is not a new account, gal. We've just been on an insane roll. Somehow we're dodging everything. That's the thing. He's got about half the units, and we're just dodging everything. Yeah, that's actually what I was doing, Mr. Rom. All right, let's do this. Let's bring you out. I think that's kind of funny that we got, it was Rigel and Logan, so the 2 Special League units are the 2 that were the fake 5s also. All right, still got a few of the legendaries. We got 3 legends, 3 trans, and then we hit the big boy stuff. We hit the LDs. What everybody's really been waiting for, we know, is the LDs. All right, can we pop this blessing before the trans scrolls? Craft the re-ups before reset. Is he missing re-up? Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Maybe we can't. I knew where it was a minute ago. Here it is. Bell is useless if you have both. I actually tested them, Michael. I did some testing in RTA. Not in RTA, sorry. I did some testing in Arena. And Poseidon's just better in every way. Poseidon's just better. Alright, so guys, we are moving on to the Transcendent Scrolls. We got 3 Transcendent Scrolls. We are not going to use the new monster rate because we've already pulled 2 new monsters. We do have 1 blessing, so for the first Trans Scroll, this is going to be a blessing. First of the 3 is... on the most wanted list. On the most wanted list, Ganymede for the win. And we already summoned the Chiwu today. We literally summoned the Chiwu today, or it would have been choices of new. All right, that brings us up to... that brings us up to 15 new Nat 5s. 15 new Nat 5s. 2 Transcendent Scrolls left. Can we get to 17? You know what, Corey? I swear to you, I was about to check that. Let's go ahead and check. I'm curious also. 102. He is gonna have to prioritize. He is gonna have to prioritize. Alright. Next Transcendent Scroll. How about a Wind Battle Angel? Wind Battle Angel. Oh, it's a John. We know it's new, guys. We know it's new because he was saving from before when the Sky Surfers came out. That would be 16 new Nat 5s. Not the best of the Sky Surfers, but not a bad one, especially since we pulled the Tiana. John Tiana makes for a good arena offense also. Bro! Alright. Let's get the confirm. We got the confirm on the nice. Can we do 17 new Nat 5s? Can we do 17 new Nat 5s? One time! We're looking for Woosa! Woosa right here! Oh. At the... It's the Tiana choice! It's the Tiana choice! We took the Tiana, we got the Ethna anyway! And we know it's new because it was in the blessing! Alright, there we go. 17 new Nat 5s. Only 2 dupes in the entire session. 19 summon. So, overall rates, by the way, guys, it was, let's see, 17, 18, 21. We actually came up 2 Nat 5 short. We came up 2 Nat 5 short on the rates, but with that said, 17 new, it doesn't matter, because the 2 we missed out on were just dupes anyway. Oh, bro. Okay, let's lock that one. Let's lock that one. And let's lock that one. All right, let's see. Oh, man. Pull the Ethna. That's cheating. Yeah, exactly. Who wouldn't trade their rates for only new Nat 5s, man? All right, LD time, guys. LD time. 112. We did summon 1 LD scroll earlier. We've also gotten 2 LD4s from the Legend All Attributes. That's actually the reason that we were short, by the way. The reason that we were short the LD5s is because the Legendary All Attributes did not give us any Nat 5s, but they did give us 2 LD4s. So we already have 2 LD4s in the bag. I just realized everything there was wind, right? So we'll go ahead and pay wind. All right, I'm going to give you guys a straight yes-no vote. I'm going to give you guys a straight yes-no vote, but I am going to give you odds, and these are really good odds, okay? What do we get Let's see. 1 plus LD5. I'm going to pay you 3 to 1. We're 50-50. We have about 100 and... We're actually better than 50-50. We have about 160 scrolls. So we're better than 50-50. I'll give you 3 to 1. And then on the LD side, we're going to say Kiki pays 2 to 1. Martina pays 2 to 1. We'll do Kiki and Martina only. Actually, I'll throw in a Mirene also. I'll let you guys bet on Mirene also. Mirene pays 2 to 1. We'll do Kiki, Mirene. There we go. All right, multi-betting is open. Does he already have an LD5? I don't think he does. I don't think he does. Do you have an LD5 running? Doesn't look like it. There's the Molly, there's the Mimir. No, it doesn't look like it. No LD5s. Can we get the first LD5 on this account? Better odds on Nat 5 to specific Nat 4s. Probably Yvonne, probably. I don't know. You don't have to bet them. The Nat 5 was the main one I was going to give. The LD4s I just threw out there, some extra stuff. Brazio, exclamation point points to check your points. All right, let's do the summon pieces first. We will do new monster rate up because obviously we want the Veronica. So Bobby calling for a Han. Han would be pretty sick. Dude, I hate the instant skip button. That's my big pet peeve. Like when there's absolutely no hesitation. Like it just pops up that skip button instantly and you know, like there's no excitement, there's nothing. And that's what it's doing to us right now. So, Spark! Insta skip button. Insta skip button should not be allowed, man. The only thing worse than that is emojis. Emojis should be eliminated, but so should the insta skip button. But the emojis should be eliminated first. All right. Can we bounce around anywhere? Do we have anything else we can do? Change up the RNG a little bit. It's the hard part on LDs. Our actual rates for LDs, we were expecting 11 sparks total. And that includes the legendary all attributes. So we're expecting 11 LDs for total. The dungeon's running new, but why don't we change dungeons? Let's see. Oh, you know what? It ran out. Oh, we ran out of energy, didn't we? Yeah, we ran out of energy. Okay, let's do that. All right, you know what? If we want LDs, then we need to do Hall of Light because we want a light Nat 5. So we're gonna do Hall of Light. We're gonna do Hall of Light so we can get a light Nat 5. So it must be a Yun Hung. Okay, we got our Spark. Oh! Did anybody bet Mirene? Nobody bet Mirene. Oh, you guys could have been paid right there. You guys could have been paid. Why didn't you bet Mirene? John, I thought it was light. That's why I was like, oh, for a second, because I thought it was light. Yeah, Mirene is OP, bro. I have 5 Mirenes. I built all 5. I actually have used all 5 in a siege before. Dude, Mirene is actually the best pull of the day already. Mirene is probably better than Tiana. Mirene is probably better than Tiana. If not, she's equal with Tiana. It's a guaranteed win every siege. All right, well, bro, we've pulled Mirene, Molly, and Ileana. So when we spark LDs, we do it right, man. Mirene, Molly, and Ileana. Like, not joking around. Not joking around on Ronan's account right here. All right, let's go ahead and lock the Mirene also. Yeah, John, the reason I reacted like that is because I was like, oh, we're going to run Hall of Light. And for some reason, I swear, I thought we pulled the light harp. Yeah, that's already, I mean, like I won't say for 160 LD scrolls, just Mirene is not really a win, but it's a huge step towards win because we could get 11 sparks that would all be HOH crap too. Yeah, Yvonne, Molly, Ileana, and Mirene, man. Molly, Ileana, and Mirene is super solid. Then we've got the Tiana, we've got the Odin, we've got the so much. All right, next spark time. Let's go back to pieces here for a minute. We're all here to see sparks. That includes me, man. I'm here to see sparks. I want to get excited. So come to us. Don't rob us of this, man. We've got, what do we have? Come to us. We got 199 people watching your rates now. Come to us. This is your chance to shine. Inspire people. Show them that it's possible. Show them that it's possible to pull that Gianna on stream. That's, you know, actually, oh, do I want to pull Gianna? Yeah, we want to pull Gianna on stream. Let's pull Gianna on stream. Okay, Spark! Amarna, okay! You know what? I think Amarna's probably really solid for this account. Bro, okay, see, we're pulling the right LDs, man, but we're pulling the light LDs. Yeah, Amarna's OP for Tartarus. Amarna's OP for Dimensional Predator. Amarna's OP for Dimensional Hole Farming. I mean, he's mostly a PvE monster, but he's an OP PvE monster. Bro, okay. Like I said, when we pull an F5 or not an F5, when we pull an LD, we pull him right. At least we're pulling good stuff, man. All good stuff. Seven of you took the LD5 bet, but nobody took Kiki or Martina, and nobody took the Mirene, who we already pulled. I'll be honest though, a dupe Mirene would still be a keep and a build. Okay, we got our next spark. Alright. That one's not as good. That one's not as good, but it's kind of fair. Oh! Wait! Back to back! Oh, see, now that one is good. Speed scaling damage, Bailey is solid, man. Bailey is solid. Dude, okay. Bailey is really solid, man. She does speed scaling damage. Got the self cleanse. Yeah, wrong color, but it's decent. But I'm telling you, man, Bailey is good. Bailey is definitely good. Usable for siege offense, arena offense. That made up for the Lewis that we summoned right before that. That was also, I'm going to lose track of the sparks here now, but we're doing pretty good right now. Start farming Light Dungeon more often. I mean, Light Chun-Li is a little better, I'm not going to lie. Light Chun-Li is better. Light Chun-Li's damage is insane, but Bailey is also OP for, Special League. If you, well, you kind of need the Martina to make the Bailey work. Well, it's 6 LDs though, because we got 2 LD4s off the all attributes. So it's 6 LDs total. The rates were 11 LDs total. So we need 5 more LDs to be on rate. And then the rate was half an LD5. Cytex, I think you could compare Veronica to Leah. Oh, baby, make that 7 LDs. All right, Chris is another like kind of special league unit. There are people who will also use Chris for siege offense. Another unit that does really, really high speed scaling damage. Light Chun-Li, how can I use her? Chiwu, Escher, Galleon, Light Chun-Li is a really solid arena offense. Oh, Deborah would be insane, bro. I want Deborah so bad on my account. Yeah, there you go. See, like the Chris is an amazing unit for a one-shot team. Amazing for 4-star special league. Good for siege offense. You could be harder to use Water Ryu in that team. I don't know. I guess it depends on how fast your Escher is. Then you need the defense break, and you need the. There's another team, but I feel like it needs Chiwu also. You could just do it with Tiana, and not have a speed lead, but your Escher would have to be stupid fast. I'm not a big fan of that siege offense side text. I feel like it's too RNG dependent, but I know a lot of people do really like that offense. You can use the Kali or the Hraesvelg, either one. All right, ready for our next spark now, Come to us. We're ready for our next spark. We got the excitement. We got the excitement of the Mirene. We got the excitement of the Chris and the Bailey, but we're really looking for the excitement of the Gianna right here. It's been how many LD5s have I pulled on stream now? 5 total. Beelzebub 3 times. I've pulled Beelzebub twice on stream and once on my account. And then I've pulled Shazam. Yeah, I think I've pulled 5 LD5s on stream. So we're looking for 6 and 7. We want numbers 6 and 7 back-to-back scrolls right here. Go to bed when you see Yunhung. Yeah, I mean, I've pulled Yunhung once. That was John, so we could pull Yunhung again. All right, let's go ahead and load this up. Actually, we gotta lock you. Even though you're a dupe. He doesn't count as new. So the dupes we won't lock. We're only locking, well, the Molly dupe we lock. The Molly dupe is fair to lock because you build a Molly dupe. So we're only locking the LD stuff that you build, basically. That's it, right? He gets put away, yeah. No, I pulled, Beelzebub's the last one I pulled. That was your Beelzebub. I pulled after Yunhung, Vlad. Beelzebub, okay. Oh, then Yunhung was the last one pulled on stream. If Yunhung, then Yunhung was the last one pulled on stream, yeah. All right, come to us. We're ready for that next spark. We're at 7 or 8, including the 7 or 8 LD4s. So we need 3 more. We've got 46. So we're a little behind rates right here. We're ahead of rates on the good stuff that we pulled, just like the scrolls. The scrolls were a little behind rates, but ahead for the fact that they were all new stuff. Incoming Nikki would work. We could do a Nikki. All right, we need a rate reset here. Come on now. It's the LDs are always like, you're either just over the moon or heartbroken. Congrats on the LD5, Poke. Alright, let's get that farm team restarted. Alright, let's change up dungeons again. Hall of Magic, because we're looking for a magical summon, guys. We're looking for that magical Nat 5, so we're going to do the Hall of Magic. One time! Oh, come on, it worked last time. Or was it? Maybe it was the second scroll. It was the second scroll! That's it, it was the second scroll! Are you kidding me right now? That's just insulting, man. That's just insulting. Yeah, that one's a rip. What up, Michael? How you doing, man? Summons are pretty insane, bro. We pulled 17 new Nat 5s. We pulled a Mirene, an Ileana, Bailey, Chris. We're a little behind on rates on the LDs, but what we haven't gotten in quantity, we've made up for in quality. Mirene by herself is top 4 LD5. LD4. Oh! Come on, baby! LD5! LD5! Oh, screw you and your samurais. We didn't want that. I don't know if that's... I don't remember. Dark one was HOH too, right? Dark one was HOH, I think. What up, noob? Have a good night, bro. Oh, the dark one was not HOH. Oh, it was new! It was new, guys! Okay, new is good. So it was HOH, but it was new for Ronin. That's really all that matters. It doesn't matter if a unit was HOH. It matters that it's new. Mirene is the dark String Master, you basically run Mirane on Lucian, and you can Lucian almost anything in Siege. Not really, depending on the Siege defense, but you can. It's a free win every Siege. Mirane on Lucian or Mirane Dova Lucian is a free win every Siege. Mirane is a 24 speed lead, and then her string lets the Lucian cards hit 25% harder. I'll actually, when we're done with summons, I can show you guys the Mirane team on my account. But first, hopefully I'm also going to need to show you like a Cadiz team on my account. So let's see a Cadiz. I would take Cadiz, man. Cadiz would be awesome right here. Cadiz would be awesome right here. One time. Let's see the Cadiz. Cadiz! Cadiz! Did we call it? No, Bearing. I don't know if you got the HOH. He's actually a really good unit if you didn't have the HOH. Oh, that's right, the wheel, John. Yeah, the wheel. Okay, he's new. In that case, that's a win. Bearing is new. That's a win because Bearing is actually a very solid unit. Yeah, Bearing is actually a super solid unit. All right. Are we back on rates now? I think we're back on or even ahead of rates. Does somebody have a count on the LDs? I lost count, but I want to say we're at 9 or 10. We got 16 left, so if we're at 10, we're good. Yeah, I mean, Bearing is legit. If he had a higher base speed, Bearing would actually be meta. Like, legit meta. Bearing is really solid. I would say Bearing is more like a budget Veronica than a budget Gianna. Because Veronica has the strip into 2-turn reset. Bearing is strip into 2-turn silence. And actually, the Veronica S2 and the Bearing S2 are very, very similar. When you think about it, yeah, like the biggest difference between them is that 7 base speed, because probably the base, just the overall base stats. All right, we need one more spark. I'm sure we need one more. I don't know if we needed 2 more, but I know we need 1 more. Let's see, 1 more solid spark to finish things up. We got 5 more tries. Come on, baby. 1 more spark. Wouldn't that be sick? 2 of the 5 LD5s I've summoned on stream have come in the last couple of scrolls too. So it's very possible. We got 4 tries left. I think John Xian Hung was like last 1 or 2 scrolls. We got 3 tries left. Nephthys would work. Nephthys, Cadiz, Julianne, any LD5, bro. Any LD5. Any LD5. Might just be a little bit of lag there. Do I think Veronica will bring Jemire into a meta position? I don't, because Veronica's going to be too niche. For right now, there won't be enough of her in the game for people to prepare for her. Ah, man. Okay. All right. I feel like we were maybe 1 or 2 short on the LDs, but I don't actually feel too bad, man, because, oh, well, this one we don't lock. This was new, so we're going to lock this. This was new, so we're going to lock this. So we put like 2 or 3. I think we put 3 LD4s in storage. All right, guys, this is the results of our summon session. This is new monsters only, guys. This is new monsters only. So everything that was a dupe was either fed or put into storage. In total, we have 17 new Nat 5s. Of these, we've got 2 Battle Angels. We've got 2 Hell Ladies. We've got 2 Sea King Emperors. We've got 2 of the most wanted in Odin and Tiana. Actually, 3 of the most wanted in Odin, Tiana, and Ganymede. We also pulled an Ileana. We pulled a Molly, Bailey, Mirane, Amarna, the Bearing, Dark Samurai. So, yeah, we've got 8. Yeah, it was 10 total LDs. We were 1 LD off of rates. That's where we finished, was 1 LD off of rates. But I will trade being 1 LD off of rates when you look at how strong some of these units are. So the Mirane is a guaranteed win every siege. Tiana is a guaranteed win every siege. The Tiana, the John, the Poseidon, these are all going to build crazy arena offenses. Ganny can change your RTA. Ethna can change your RTA. Overall, man, huge session. Hey Gang also can change your RTA. So, Ronan, first of all, thank you very much for having me do the summons, man. It's always a huge thing for me when somebody saves for that long and wants me to do the summons. Very much appreciated, man. And I'm just really glad they went well. That's the biggest thing for me. Like, when we do a big summon session like this, you always want to see it go well. Super stoked for you, man. Super happy for you. So, huge congratulations. Awesome session, man. Awesome session. Top 5 L&D Nat 4. Gonna be Mirane, Kiki, Molly for defense only. Molly is not actually that great for defense, but she's necessary for defense. Like a necessary evil, you could almost say, because she prevents teams from being Lucianed. Molly and Kiki are the two main units that can stop a team from being Lucianed. So, the Mirane, Molly, Kiki, I don't even know who else I would. Light Chun-Li, Leia. I don't use her, but a lot of people really like her. Let's see here. Halfus maybe for Arena. Oh, Martina. How did I forget Martina? Because I don't have her. Yeah, Martina, and then maybe probably not Halfus. Maybe Ileana. Yeah, so it'd actually be Martina would be number 1. It would go Martina, Mirane, Kiki, or Martina, Kiki, Mirane. Kiki and Mirane are about a tie. So Martina would be 1, Kiki, Mirane would be a tie for the 2-3 spot. Molly would be 4, but only for siege defense purposes. And then at the 5, you could put Ileana in there. Ileana is very meta. You could put in a handful of other units at the 5. Tableau would definitely fit. Yeah, Tableau would definitely fit at the 5. I think there's a lot of units that would all compete for that 5 spot. But the top 4 for sure, Martina number 1, Kiki and Mirane are tied for 2nd. So right there, Ronan, that's where I would say like huge win just getting the Mirane. So I will show you, Icarus is up there. I don't think Icarus would go top 5, but Zach, congrats on the Huadam, man. Huadam's definitely up there as well. I think I can actually Lucian this bottom team. So here's the Mirane Teon Lucian team, guys. So Mirane, you're just going to want to have on Swift. And if you can get a fight set in there, that's awesome. If you can't, that's fine. Somewhere, depending, it's all about your stage of game, but Mirane is a speed lead. So in my case, this 304 gives me about a 330 combat speed. That'll outspeed most MSTs that I face. I use this a lot against MST. And the Teon just has to be within 14 speed of the Mirane. Again, if you can get a fight set in there, that's awesome. Also, if you get really good speed up effect on your Teon artifacts, then you can get a bigger speed gap than the 14. But with no speed up effect, it's 13 or 14 speed difference. And then you just put in your fattest Fat Lucian set. And then you give him an artifact that gives you damage on whatever element you're targeting. Opinion on Kamun Betasuki. Solid defense. We were actually having a conversation about that one earlier today. So it's a solid defense, specifically meant to counter Shayna Martina. John, so it varies. There's 3 things that are all pretty close to equal on Lucian. Additional damage by attack, skill 3 crit damage, and attack increasing effect are all pretty equal. I would recommend just finding your best Lucian artifact out of the optimizer. You'd be surprised which one it turns out to be. Yeah, if Beta had a 1-turn cooldown, if Beta had a 1-turn shorter cooldown on her skill 3, she'd be really strong. Best Martina Siege defense, it's the MST, Shayna Martina Triana. It's still the best Martina Siege defense. So obviously most of our defenses are going to be built to be anti-Lucian, and I'm not going to be showing anybody else's defenses in my guild, so I don't have a lot of other stuff to test it against. I would not Lucian or Rakan normally. I guess we could do something like, See, I can't build an MST to show it either. But that's basically the team. Just throw in, I guess I could just throw it. Here, Royd's got runes, right? Yeah, throw the Royd in here. Best LD5 to build around is Ragdoll. Best LD5 is Lima. Lima's gonna take a little bit more skill in your gameplay, and Lima's gonna need a lot better runes, but Lima would be the best LD5. So there you go. That would be the Lucian team. QL Health Stage 5 recommendations. I haven't done it. I'm not even sure what it is. Would I say a tanky bruiser MST or a fast turn 1 MST is better? I think trendy. It varies based on your stage of game, and I think if you're running a base full of MSTs, you want different builds on each. Part of what makes MST good is that you can build it to trap various different defenses because there's so many different counters for it. I didn't save the defense, so it won't change. $23? No, they were $25K, bro. You had to look at the Royd. I had damage down from wind on the Fang, I think. Hey, Brazio, have a good one, bro. Thanks for hanging out on stream, man. Alright guys, I think we're just I'm gonna push up a little bit in arena because I probably won't do rush tonight. So maybe we'll just we'll do a quick guardian push and then we'll wrap up stream from there. So if anybody else has any questions, now's the correct time to ask. By the way, Ronan, if you have Samoth, this is the team that you can now run. Of course, you'll need a fast Tiana to pull this team off. Yeah, I can show you the Dungeon Vert runes. Now, his runes got nerfed recently. I have not faced a Triana that could tank my Lucian. No, I don't think so. Because I would have, I have plus 18 wind on the Lucian artifact. Does Tiana have an artifact? Yeah. Meta AD units. So keep in mind there's not a whole lot that really does great on arena defense right now outside of some select LDs. So Nagong is the best arena defense unit in the game. Outside of that, it's going to be Halfis, Karnal, Kiki. When you say meta, those are what's meta. None of them are amazing, but Molly, Halfis, Karnal, Kiki, probably some of the top ones. And then you get Nana, but Nana, since the nerf, is a lot worse. Geldnir is awesome. Kiki, I think, is actually probably decent if you run like a kinky Kiki. Abellio is definitely meta for arena defense. Vanessa, you're seeing a few Vanessas here. You won't see as many once I'm out of Conqueror, though. Actually, when I push up to Guardian, the best thing to do, because it's Sunday, so players will have started to push up a little bit, just watch the different defenses that I face right now, and these are probably going to be the ones that you'll see as the most meta. And then if you see me lose to something, that's the one you want to copy. Did I outspeed this? I think so. That's probably a Violent Bastet. Oh, but you know what? I'm not tuned. If I miss the pushback, I could be in trouble. Well, never mind. I should put that Kaki on Will, though, right? 56K on the Kinky right there. 56K. Ragdoll and Kinky. Kinky won't do much for you on arena defense. Ragdoll won't do much for you on most arena defenses. Kinky will. Abellio is still good on AD. The problem is Poseidon, so Poseidon pushes back the Abellio, and he doesn't get a turn. Oh, but if Samoth stuns your Tiana, you could be in trouble. I lose this, right? Oh, nope. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That saved me. That actually saved me. The fact that he killed the Samoth saved me right there. This is not a great defense. Okay, guys, we have one more thing also. Ronan asked me if I could help him pick his second event rune, which is actually it's actually a good thing. I think probably for a lot of people. If you guys haven't picked your runes yet, we could talk about it a little bit. So I'm gonna log back into his account. What is the best AD assuming you have every unit in the game? I think Naganga Chroma would have to be on that AD. Narsha would be OP there. Naganga Chroma Narsha would definitely be pretty OP. Would you just throw a Molly in there? Or a Carnell? Naganga Chroma Narsha. I don't know what you would put with the fourth one there. Tian Lang, yeah, that would work really well there. Molly, Naganga, Chroma, Narsha, Tian Lang. Wait, not Molly, sorry. Naganga, Chroma, Narsha, Tian Lang. That would be a pretty disgusting defense, yeah. The Chroma and the Nagong pretty much prevent that from being Lucianed. The Narsha makes it dangerous to Poseidon. Oh, I should have bombed that Halphus. It's a problem. I wasn't paying attention. He's heal blocked. Let's just deal with it. Kinky, Tian Lang, Nagong, Nyx. So you definitely, yeah, let's just do this now. I think the Nagong and the Tian Lang 100% would go there. Maybe the Achroma is not as necessary. I don't think the Kinky, the problem with like Kinky, Tian Lang, Nagong, Abellio is it's very bombable. And you're kind of low on damage there. I mean, you get the artifact damage from the Tian Lang, but it's still very bombable. Also, the Nagong can be reset, right? So you kind of want some protection there. I feel like you need some immunity. Nagong Wusa? Maybe something like Nagong Wusa, Narsha, Tian Lang? That has potential. Shane, I'll show you the John runes after this. Oh, are we gonna lose this? We might. Oh, no damage. No damage. Uh-oh. That's not looking good, is it? Can you kill? Can you kill? Okay. Be hard to it'd be hard to Mephisto with the it'd be really hard to Mephisto with the Tian Lang in there. Dude, stop stunning. What's best with Dumon? Is Dumon the light one or the dark one? I think that Perna might actually be back. Dark, with the dark one, you want stuff that protects the Dumon. The Dumon needs to live. That's going to be the biggest thing. There you go. Now it's dead. Okay, so here's the John build. And I have, remember, I have double attack bar boosters in this team because I have the Tiana and the Bastet, so it needs to be built. It doesn't have to be built as fast. So the John's 2662. And then we have attack up effect and a little bomb damage, and then attack up effect and bomb damage. The Ciara is 2323, and it's going to be the same artifacts, attack up effect and bomb damage. Mr. Wom, it's the same pick, it's just my logo integrated with the Mithril logo. I didn't pay attention to that defense. I don't have Evolution Team built anymore, do I? I wonder if this would work. No, because I'm going to be out of tune order, right? Are these runed? He's missing an artifact, and he's not runed. Okay. Yeah, I don't have Evolution Team built right now. This is probably the way to go. It's a case to be made for Xyrosing this also, but I'd just be worried I wouldn't have enough damage. Does he have Nemesis here? I knew he was going to have some Nemesis there. Alright, there we go. This triple Beast Rider team, by the way, you could practically Leo solo it. Not really, but yeah, I mean, Leo just takes all that damage away. Then again, Masha will just go 3 turns in a row. Just one actually, Trendy. Just one. Because I don't use Galleon much in Siege. So I just have my Arena Offense Galleon. He's not reliable enough for Siege because you're relying on accuracy checks. I think this one. Could bomb this too. Alright, how much damage can Kiki do? 63 on the Savannah. 63 on the Savannah, not bad. He's slow though, he's not fully tuned. Uh-oh, he didn't dirt. Yeah, just us two. Okay. Oh! Monkey solo! Monkey solo! Nah, he can't get past the Smoth passive anyway. Swift Mosh on defense actually is quite useful, or quite interesting. I think this is a Kiki one, right? Yeah. Laurel with the super sticker. Laurel, thank you very much for the super sticker. Very much appreciate it. So let's see. Realist says I'm G1 RTA, C1 Arena because no Tiana, Poseidon, or Chiwu. Do you have Martina? Because you can actually run a Shayna Martina offense also with a Bastet. It's not the best one, but it's runnable. Let's see. What else do we have here? Everything uses Tiana for me, right? This one, right here. This is. Do you have these units? Because this is only. You can replace the Dova with a Taeon. So you can replace the Dova with a Taeon. And Gemini's Hall of Heroes, and so if you have the Pungbek, What you do here is you need super, super fast Gemini, and you need your 2 fastest Swift sets on the Gemini and the Dova. And then you can't take this into stuff. Gemini was Hall of Heroes. Oh, that hurts. Then Varisa, you can probably do like a Varisa, Thrain, Rika, AO. Oh, no, it's not built. Yeah, you can do like a Varisa, Thrain, AO. Okay, Zach, so if you have those, put your fattest damage set on the Pungbek, put your best Swift set on the Gemini and the Dova. You run the Gemini for the strip into defense break. You only have to hit 1 strip into defense break because then you can hit that unit with the Pung. Then you use the Dova to attack buff and attack bar boost the Pung, so the Pung doesn't need any speed. And so that's gonna be and then the Fire Hammer Girl. You're actually using Dark Hammer Girl works also. You can use either one, but I don't have Dark Hammer Girl. So the Fire Hammer Girl, you just want triple fight with no stats. She's literally there for her passive and the triple fight set, and that's it. So I don't have that offense built right now. I can't show it to you, but it's pretty straightforward. Just super fast Swift on the Gemini and the Dova, super high rage on the Pung, 100 crit rate, no speed matters, and then the Fire Hammer Girl on just garbage triple fight. See, the problem with Chiwu, Bernard, Galleon, Pungbek is the Pungbek can't get out enough damage to compete at the higher levels. You need that truly like OP rage set in order for the Pung to clear everything. Like, I tried it with a 260 Pung, and the Pung was not very good after G1. When I was running the Pung on like my fast Swift set, it could only get the Pung to about 70,000 damage, and that wasn't enough to clear the rest of the field. Papina, yeah, I've had Julienne for a long time now. Julienne's my favorite LD5, probably my favorite monster. I'm gonna get cut here, aren't I? Bro, Laurel, congrats on the C3 though. That's awesome moving up, man. Huge congrats on the C3. Is there any reason my Samoth is tuned in front of Poseidon? For the reset and for Triana's. So the Samoth in front of, well, it's the same thing, right? It's so the Samoth can reset. Doesn't reset 100% of the time, obviously, but resets, 90% activation rate, so it's about 80% reset. You can run into some Nemesis traps on occasion. You can run into some different problems. Nothing is perfect. But generally speaking, I prefer the Samoth in front for those resets so that I don't have to worry about Triana's and Vanessa's. If I do get cut, a lot of times the Samoth will have reset the unit as well. Bro, huge grats on the star, Shane. That's a big deal. I also brought the wrong, offense and got lucky. Forgot to switch offenses, but huge grats on the C1. And yes, it is very normal to be 1 or 2 ranks higher in Special League than to be in RTA. RTA is definitely harder because, first of all, more people participate in RTA. So keep that in mind, although a lot of people did Special League this time. Like, normally for G2, for example, you just need 1450, and that's it. But this time, 1450 wasn't enough. You actually had to be above it. So a lot more people than usual participated, but besides the fact that less people overall participate in Special League, you don't have LD5s, and LD5s change things a lot. You have LD4s, but most of us have some decent LD4s, and the LD4s don't entirely dominate Special League the way LD5s dominate RTA. So it's very normal for you to have a higher rank in Special League. Plus, even of the people who do participate, you have people like me. I'll spend 14 hours building my RTA box. Like, I will literally sit there. It's a 14-hour job for me to build my RTA box. In Special League, if I spent 15 minutes moving runes, I'd be shocked. I mean, it was literally every build. I think I built 11 monsters for Special League, or 10. And of the monsters I built, none of them I spent more than 30 seconds on ruining them. There was no thought that went into their artifacts. It was just throwing stuff in as quick as I could. Matt, yeah, we're pretty close to wrapping up. I'm doing a quick legend rush. Well, excuse me. I'm doing a quick push up to Guardian for Arena. We're going to do a little discussion on event runes, and then we'll be wrapped up. I'll take a look in a sec here, Vlad. It's nice when all 5 land. Oh, nice, bro. It said sushi dinner. You just reminded me. You just reminded me of my vacation, man. I had like one of my best sushi dinners ever on vacation. It was so good. I want that sushi dinner again. All right, let's see here, Vlad. So 6 HP, 5 defense, 5 crit rate, 8 attack. I think you've got time left, Vlad. Here's what I would do if I were you. Put 10,000 points aside to make sure you can get the 18 speed. Go do all the other stuff first without taking the event rune. Like get your artifact, get your gem, your grind, your other runes. Save that one to the end, making sure that you always have 10,000 points to get 18 speed. So you don't have to rush to take the rune. The CD one, I think, is good. The CD one, I mean, I wish the HP was higher. I kind of feel like the CD one you could go for higher HP as well. But the HP one in particular, with that low defense and the high attack, is kind of like, maybe you're pushing it a little bit. So I feel like what you could do is take those rolls where they're at, go get the rest of your stuff, and then just figure out how many points you have while you sit. There's still like a month left in the event or something, I think, right? Oh, that Kiki is going to be a problem for me. Yeah, Kiki's going to be a problem here. Should have bombed this one, huh? Ah. Galleon has to proc here. Oh, Galleon procced. Okay, we got it. Wow. Yeah, that's why I said that Kiki was going to be a problem. That build was, I could see as soon as with the damage I did to him, I knew I was going to be, in trouble. More Swift Masha, Triana, Darian. I think I like the Swift Masha idea. I really do. I'm not so sure about the more Triana, Darian. I don't know if there's enough in there once the Masha's dismounted. Like if the Masha derps or if their unit has will runes, I think, oh, that should have gone to a Belial. Yeah, I like the Swift Masha idea, but I don't know if that's the right team to build around her. I think Nana probably makes more sense there, for one thing. Is this, do I have will runes? This Amduat, I don't think I have will runes. This Amduat's going to be a problem, isn't he? Well, it doesn't matter if I have will runes or not because I'm using Tiana. What am I talking about? Yep, I knew that Amduat was going to be a problem. Get in front, I don't get in front. Ah! Gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention. Rip the loss. Actually, you know what? Yeah, so if you look at all these different defenses, that's the first one that really caught me was the Omduat. I don't have any Lucians built for that, Vlad. Actually, I don't have a counter built for that. That's not just gonna be like stupid slow. Yeah, just do this. Yeah, I don't know about Oliver on defense. I don't think his AI is smart enough. There we go. Get the reset and we're fine. Oh, no reset. And he gets the stun on. Wow. Wow, I missed both resets, huh? All right. Okay, give me your attack bar. Defense break. That should be good. Yeah, Omduat's still actually a pretty good arena defense monster, especially if you don't have Tian Lang. I think the Omduat with the Swift Masha might have some potential. Omduat with Swift Masha, then the Riley in there, maybe Riley Nana? That's going to be low damage, same problem. Maybe an Abellio in there? No, it was Shizuka lead. What about Carnal, Masha, Abellio, Wusa? Carnal, Masha, Abellio, Wusa. Abellio and Wusa, Carnal, they all deal damage. You get some support. Can you Lucian that? No, double fire, you can't Lucian that. Can you Poseidon in it? That's the whole point of the Swift Masha. No speed lead though, so the question is how fast can you get your Masha? You're gonna have to, you're not gonna get the Masha fast enough, right? Maybe Halphis instead of the Carnal. Halphis, Masha, Abellio, Wusa. Yeah, so 310's not gonna, like, yeah, I mean, my Tiana would outspeed you without a speed lead. I think you do need a speed lead if you're going to run the Swift Masha. I also don't think you necessarily have to do crit damage in that defense because you're just playing for the RNG anyway. Look at that, second Omduat in a row. HOH is going to have jacked up arena defense, isn't it? I mean, I'm only in C2, C3 right now, bro. These are C2, C3 defenses I'm facing right now. I just lost to a C3 defense. He doesn't need an artifact. Artifacts are overrated. Halphis, Nana, Savannah, Perna, Rakan. Oh, you know what? I forgot about the Rakan. Yeah, Rakan's really good right now too. His buff was quite impactful. Do you have Halphis, man? I think the Halphis with the Masha would be a pretty painful combination. The Rakan could have a place in there too, but if we're thinking about the Swift Masha specifically, oh, missed. Have Abellio. Have Abellio. What would you change? Carnal, Kinky, Geldnir, Riley on Bionim. Carnal, Kinky, Geldnir, Riley. If I had to change one off that, I would probably change the Riley because I think you're maybe a little light on damage. So even just changing the Riley for Wusa, because you're not getting Lucianed in that team, right? So maybe just changing the Riley for Wusa. You lose the attack buff on the Kinky, but you gain shields immunity and the damage from the Wusa. Maybe also put one or more of those units on Destroy. By the way, Rob Flume, bro, you became a member 12 minutes ago and I said nothing, bro. I got totally distracted. Rob, thank you very much for becoming a channel member again. I just saw it on my dashboard. So sorry for not saying anything at the time. Got totally distracted. But Rob, thank you very much, man. Very much appreciate the support. Got to be careful not to get... you have to be careful not to get too heavy into any one element, right? So if the Masha's there, I feel like you can only at most go with one more... you can only at most go with one more fire unit. Yeah, Chroma can be really useful in high ranks, but she needs to pair with other LDs. That's the main thing. This should be fine. I don't know about overbuffed Nor. I think Rakan got a nice buff. I don't know if I would say overbuffed, but he got a really nice buff for sure. I'm still kind of iffy on that idea of more. You could try it though. That's the biggest thing is this is all theorycraft. It's all discussion, right? So the best way to find out if something's gonna work is to try it. So you could try the more along with the Masha. I definitely like the Wusa in there. And then I feel like you need one more fire threat, whether it's Rakan or Carnal, something like that. So Carnal, Swift Masha, Abelio. Yeah, so you also kind of want it to be a wind speed lead. Ciara, could Ciara play there? Probably not. So then that would be Oliver. I don't even remember if you have Oliver. No LD speed leads. Amduat. You know what? Yeah, I like the Amduat. Forget the speed lead. Amduat's enough to discourage the Poseidon. Carnal discourages the Lucian. Yeah, actually, I like that, man. Especially when you see those teams, you're more inclined, like I have some teams without speed leads, right? Yeah, I like that. Masha, Abelio, Carnal, Amduat. That seems like it has potential with the Swift Masha. This is the week to do it. The run up before, the run up before qualifiers, less people will rush. Good luck, man. That would be awesome if you could pull it. 3 G1s, three red stars in a week would be pretty sick. I remember I got, the day I got my first G3 in Arena was the first day I reached G1 in RTA. They happened on the same day, and it was very memorable because they were day 499 for me. So I had played the game exactly 499 days. I got my first G3 Arena, and I got into G1 RTA. I didn't hold it, obviously. It was a long while after that before I held it, like another year. But I got into it. Yeah, it's a shame 2v2 didn't catch on. It really is a shame it didn't catch on.
Good old fade out. Yeah. Sorry, I was like, what is he trying to do?
In that team, I think crit rate's fine because people aren't coming... If they come at you with a bruiser, they're going to win anyway. If they're coming at you with a bruiser team, they're going to win anyway. You're trying to catch the rushers. I think the crit rate is fine. The speed matters more. You know, honestly, John, I don't even know, because they never announced it when they took it out, but now that you're saying it, I don't remember seeing it, and I can't go into the menu to check. Alright, so at the end of these wings, we're going to take a look at Ronan's event runes. So far, the scariest thing I've seen on defense was the Omduat. This one is interesting. I don't feel like this is that hard of a team to kill, but I feel like it's a scary team. Do I have will runes? I have will runes on one unit here. Because if I have no will, who has the will runes here? The Bastet, right? Alright, so technically if the Bastet didn't have will runes, the Wunsa wouldn't boost. So we're gambling on one resistance. And we didn't get it. Okay. Okay, we got what we needed. We're good. Oh, no we didn't. No we didn't. We got cut. We got cut. John, can you do it, bro? If you don't have enough damage to kill the Ongi and he gets stunned, it's over. Oh, rip. Oh, rip. Okay. Yeah, I needed to not have will runes on the Bastet. I don't have a counter built for that team. We'll skip it. $293 on Vio. It might be better. Honestly, it might be better. Yeah, see, once I get up into G2, this is where I actually have to, like, get off of cruise control. That's just a pretty standard defense. I just don't have a counter built to it. This one will counter. Yeah, so I think I reached that point now where I actually have to look at the different defenses, and I can't. Well, is that the same defense? No, that one's Ongi, and that one's Savannah. But basically the same defense. I can't run that because I don't have Tian Lang. For a second, I was like, wait, I can run that. I have Wunsa, but no, I don't have Tian Lang. So Tian Lang's a big part of that defense. Ooh, no pushback. Okay, cool. Do I outspeed this Volantis? I should, right? Yeah. Is he not ruined or something? I feel like these units have no runes. Except for the Volantis. I'll show you the runes, John. What is up with all the freaking Wunsas? That's 3 Wunsas in this set. Wunsa Neftis this time. Am I doing something wrong? Do I need to like put Wunsa on defense? It just seems like no will runes in Wunsa's food. I'd like to Lucian this, but I don't think I can. Let's do this. I need to set up an. Oh, I need to set up a light Chun-Li. I need to set up a light Chun-Li AO. Like if before the next time I rush, I really should do like a light Chun-Li AO, and I really should do a Lucian AO. Those are the two big ones I'm missing. I think my light Chun-Li may actually have runes. Not positive. Oh, nice tank job there. Nice tanking, Kiki. Keep tanking, keep on tanking. Oh, rip. Okay. Bye-bye, Kiki. Ooh, he lived. What happened? How'd he live? Now not getting that stack. That's a problem, right? Like Light Chun-Li would have been great for this. Instead of me losing, this would be an easy win with Light Chun-Li. I lost that one just because of the resistances, but still, like, the Light Chun-Li wouldn't have been vulnerable to those resistances. Yeah, that's the team I'm talking about, Wojo. That was I actually did that rush. Wait, no, there's two Light Chun-Li teams that I've run. And both of them I ran like back when I first summoned actual Light Chun-Li. So there's that one, which is the Chiwu Escher Galleon Light Chun-Li, and then there's another one that you can do, which is more Savannah Bastet Light Chun-Li. And then the Savannah is replaceable with Belinus based on attribute. So it's more Savannah Bastet Light Chun-Li. That's the other one, but the Chiwu Escher one's better because of the more nerf. You could also just run Chiwu Bastet in that case, but you don't get the same. The Escher gives you a higher base speed, so it's a better team generally. It's more vulnerable to the resistances from the Chiwu on element. That's about it. All right, so Jax, I have gotten both of my event runes. They both rolled horribly. One of them was kind of like, yeah, it's okay. This is one of the event runes. The double roll into accuracy, it's terrible. This will sit there in inventory forever. It's about as bad as this could have rolled. And then the other one was this one. Yeah, this is the other one. Need to get a better speed grind there. But yeah, this was the other one. So it originally had defense, and I like the flat HP here, so I just kept the flat HP and regen the defense. But same thing, double roll into attack was not ideal, especially when they weren't even max rolls. Escher's attack gauge boost is only 15%, so you do have to run the team faster in order to tune it, unless you're going to rely on the Chiwu pushback, which is not 100% reliable, yeah. Alright guys, I'm going to take one more quick restroom break, and then we're going to look at Ronin's event runes, so I will be right back. Okay, Yvonne. We can do that. I think you owe me 30 crystals. Because I just used all of the, wait, actually maybe I have the mission one? No, I don't have the mission one. Oh, I need to do my... Alright, let's see if we can get 5 wings for 20 crystals. One time, watch me pull a Gianna. One time, we'll try this one time. Can we get 5 wings for 20 instead of 10 wings for 30? Because we don't need the wings. We cannot, but I'll take the mana. Not the 10k. Alright, okay. Side techs, I'd say 25k HP. 25k HP, 1k defense with a high damage build for that particular defense. Because again, you're not going to be facing, if they bruise you, you're going to lose. So the Omduat's not going to take, if the Omduat gets hit, it's pretty much dead. So I mean, a little bit of chunk, a little bit of bulk, but more focus on the damage there. More focus on the damage. Ivy Jr., is that you, bro? Okay. Oh, I brought the wrong one. Crit damage or crit rate? I mean, I go crit rate for Special League, but for this defense, crit damage might not be bad. Alright, there you go, bro. I mean, to be fair, you beat my defense first, too. That's the kind of the whole point, is defenses are really hard to make successful. But you had to beat my defense for me to revenge you. Good luck, Cytex, man. I hope you can do it, bro. Hope you can do it. How long did it take you to find my defense anyway? I guess it was easier because I pushed up, right? That had to have made it easier, but... actually, let's go ahead. All right, now we'll burn off the last... Oh, can I buy anything out of the shop? Because I normally don't farm, so I don't have points. Yeah, we can buy some, like, scrolls or... Now, we want to save for the LD pieces. I have just enough for that. Okay, yeah, so we'll save. We're not going to burn. First try. All right, so you must be sitting in G2 then for you to find me that quick. Hey, speak of the devil, do we care about this? That's a fast Escher. That's a weird defense. You know what, why don't we build, let me see if I have a light Chun-Li build. Let me see if I, okay. You know what, Ronan's been waiting forever. I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna build the Escher team, guys. I'm gonna build the Escher light Chun-Li team, but before I do that, let's do Ronan's event rune, because he's been waiting a long time. I didn't think I would spend that much time on Arena. So, we're gonna come back over here to BlueStacks. Ronan, do me a favor, just give me a nod that you're still on stream. Alright, so first thing we want to look at, since the event rune ultimately is about speed, fastest Swift slot 6 is 18 speed. That tells me already that you probably want Swift slot 6 because of Tiamat. Fastest overall slot 6 is 23 speed. Fastest overall slot 4 is 22 speed. So you're going to be hurting a little bit. You're just hurting in speed in general. Okay. But thinking of the new Tiana, we definitely want to... So here's what we probably want to do. We want to figure out what your... Well, first let me see what you took already. If you took one. Whoops. I know you're saving these. So let's go ahead and collect those just because I don't want you to miss that. For any random reason. Let's take a look at what you took on your first one. Okay, so this could still be changed, but that's a, yeah, that could still be changed. But Vio slot 6 HP. Okay, Vio 6 HP, that's fine. Let's look at what your fastest Tiana build will be. So we need to awaken her. I think she gets 1 more speed on the awaken. So that's 23. If we go swift, we can't use accuracy. We want attack. Oh, okay. So probably take this. And then, ooh, 12 speed, okay. We take this. So you'd be at plus 161 right now. Now this is 17 speed. 21, so this is 19, 18, and 20. All right, I think, first of all, I think this should be here, because this is your fastest slot 6. I don't know if your Lucian is tuned to anything, so I won't do it, but this really should be here. This could be a 26 speed rune. That's a big deal, especially when your other runes are nowhere near that fast right now. So this definitely needs to be grinded. I don't know if his Lucian is tuned. That's the only thing, Stug. That's the only thing. I don't want to break up tuning if it's like for a dungeon team or something. But yeah, you've already taken a Vio 6 HP. I would say Swift slot 4 crit damage is the rune for you. So let's say, because that's going to be a guaranteed 22 speed no matter what, right? 19, so now... That's 22. That's 26. There it is, right? Okay, so if you get a Swift slot 4 crit damage, that's 22 speed. Now you're at plus 173. So that Swift slot 4 crit damage guarantees 12 more speed for the Tiana. That's a big deal. And it could be more than that, obviously, but it's a guaranteed boost of 12 speed for your Tiana, even if you don't roll speed. So that, to me, that one's pretty easy. I would go Swift slot 4 crit damage. Because when you're talking about speed, you want to fill in the gaps, like, because you don't get this chance to start with an 18 speed rune very often. So generally speaking, unless you're end game, you're not going to be looking at anything other than Vio and Swift. You could look at will runes, but will runes are fading out. So I feel like this event right now, it's basically Vio Swift, Vio Despair, maybe Vio Destroy, but Destroy is a stretch because Destroy won't stay in the meta forever. And you kind of just want to stick with the 4 sets right now. So to me, it's Vio Swift is where you would go. You've already taken the Vio, you've already taken the slot 6, and we see that your biggest need actually is crit damage anyway. Now with that said, you have some legend runes in here. Is this legend? No, that's hero. Is this legend? You have 106 reaps. I wouldn't be against you putting a few reaps, even though this has no innate. I would not be against you putting a few reaps into this rune just to make sure that this is definitely the final landing spot, because maybe something big hits. Like, I would even say it's probably worth putting in 5 to 10 reaps. Normally I say like less with legend no innate, but because this is such a big weakness on your account. All right, so he says try the luck. Let's see if we can do something equal to what the summons were. That's not equal. That's a nice upgrade. That's a nice upgrade. This already from where it was, by the way, because you can gem speed over the resistance. The rune will be faster than it was, and it has the crit rate and the attack. So this is already a nice upgrade from where it was. This, as much as it looks pretty, this is where it gets really tough. So this is super efficient, but it's a Swift crit damage rune. On a Swift crit damage rune, basically the most important things are attack speed and crit rate. This only has one of them, so we can only gem in one more. We gem in the speed, we have no crit rate. So to me, because it's a Swift rune, the left side, even though it's way uglier and way less efficient, it's a much better Swift rune. This is just a better rune for being Swift at the end of the day. Either way, we're going to find something better, but I just wanted to point out the difference there. That one's not terrible, but the left side's still better because we have the attack with it. Okay. This game's too easy when you're not on your own account. Oh, bro. There you go. It's that was probably worth a couple of reaps. That was worth a couple of reaps, I guess. Dude. We might have to change our opinion. We might have to change our opinion about what your event rune should be. Oh my god. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Oh man, that rune is so insane. That rune is so insane. Look at this. 11 plus 10, 1 and 1. 1 here, 1 here. It wasn't even just, it was everything on that rune. Wow. The only thing that could have made this rune even a tiny bit better would be crit rate right here. But I'll take the flat attack. Like, if this is your Tiana rune, I take it back. No, I take it back. Tiana doesn't need crit rate. Tiana doesn't need crit rate, and this rune will live on your Tiana forever, right? So this actually is the perfect Tiana rune. It could not have possibly been better. Oh, man. All right, let's see if, yeah, let's go ahead and just throw this on Tiana now. Do you have an attack percent here, maybe, that we could just kind of mess with? Can we do, like, okay, no, that's hero, right? Okay. That's not very good. That's hero. Oh, that's legend, right? Okay, yeah, there we go. Let's do that. No crit rate because her skill 2 is a guaranteed crit, you know. She got buffed while you were on break. Dude. I almost don't want to re-app this more. 20 crit rate, you gem in the speed, and this is actually an OP. This is OP for your Poseidon. This is OP for the Poseidon, man. Do we just keep this? Do we have another target? This one's not very good. This is hero, though. We don't have another target. We can't do this because there's no gems and grinds. Actually, this rune's awful. Is this legend? This is legend. You have 76. But there's no gems and grinds, so there's no point. I feel like you keep this, man. I feel like a 20 crit rate is so hard to get. 20 crit rate. Let's do. I mean, we're hot right now, right? Let's try it 2 more times just to see what happens. Well, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Okay, we keep this for sure. We keep this one 100%. Only bad thing is this was our only target, so I actually can't go further, but this is still, this is going to be OP for the Tiana. So she gets this. Legend and oh, this is already 18 speed. This is legend. One roll in the crit damage. Actually, yeah, this is, you know what? This is really good for your Tiana right here. No, now you build her nuker. Now you build her nuker because she does speed scaling damage on the skill too, or speed differential damage. This rune is, oh, this is a nice target. This is a nice target. Let's do 29 speed here also. Oh, rip. This is so efficient. It's just not very good as a swift rune, but so efficient. 18, 14, 5. This is better. This is still better because you could regen the speed. All right, last one on this rune because this is it's a good rune. It's just not a good swift rune. This is technically better. No, because you would regem the speed here. This is 29 versus 26. Here you gem in the crit rate. No, crit damage, because we have crit rate innate. Here you regem the speed. I like the regem speed more. You know, one more try. One more try. Okay, this is better. This is much better. Yeah, this is much better, because the resistance can be changed for anything. Defense in this case, excuse me. Yeah, no, defense in this case. Yeah, this is a win. Okay. It's not a great rune. It's actually not a great rune, but there might be better target. Actually, no, there's no other targets. Never mind. This is the only target. This is the only target. Fastest rune that we have here is the 18 speed rune, so actually... What do we have here? Fastest. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. Okay. How do you hit a 29 speed crit damage rune? How do you hit a 29 speed gem or re-up on the crit damage rune, man? That was so insane. Oh. That had the quad, just quad in the wrong spot. Alright, this rune's already better than it was. Hands of Devil, ask me when I get back to my account, so stick around for a few minutes. When I go back to my account, I'll check what my team was and I'll let you know. See, and you have several good runes here that can all have, these all have speed too. This one doesn't. Those do. I've done 29 speed on my account once, and I've done 29 speed for viewers twice. So that's the fourth time I've done a 29 speed re-app, but of all of the others, they were on slots 1, 3, 5, except for a slot 6 attack. And the slot 6 attack was not as good as this rune, because this rune had all the stats to go with it. Alright, so before we burn through all your re-apps, I mean, we hit the freaking amazing one, so that changes things. This rune is a solid rune, but it's not solid for the Tiana. What I kind of feel like you should do... Yeah, John, I also have one of those on my account. I have a 40% HP slot 3 Swift rune that I just use as a broken on a Skogul. Alright, so Ronan, what I would say you should do now, where you could improve the most is probably that slot 6. So, you've already started to roll this rune, which kind of hurts, but the rune's not at a keep point yet. So to me, what I would actually do is reset it. I know you lose some points, but I would reset this. I would switch this over to a Vio slot 4 crit rate rune. So Vio slot 4 crit rate is generally more useful if you don't have good ones. Let me make sure you don't have good ones. But Vio slot 4 crit rate is probably going to be more helpful for you since you don't have a lot of really fast runes. Yeah. Definitely, you would gain more by getting the depth and the crit rate runes because crit rate builds are what you use when you're not fast. Even me, I'm fast, but I like crit rate because I like the crit rate runes are what you use when you're not nuking the other opponent. That's a better way to say it. So I would switch the rune that you have right now because they brought in that reset option. I would switch the rune that you have right now to a Vio 4 crit rate, and then I would go Swift slot 6 attack. And that Swift slot 6 attack would just make your freaking Tiana amazing. Because if you can get even one roll into speed and you have a near 30 speed here and you have a 34 speed here, that's gonna it's gonna be an insanely fast Tiana. Like instantaneously making your Tiana just OP, right? So at that point now, this changes up your broken sets a little bit. That's 24. So we can do a broken set 24 right there. You can do a broken set with the 22 right there. We just throw in a swift speed over attack like this. And now look at this Tiana right here. This is plus 185 in this build, where we were looking at plus 161 a few minutes ago. So this plus 185, if you get like, 24, 28 speed, you can gain 10 more speed there. And now you're at almost a 300 speed Tiana on a crit damage build, on a slot 6 attack. Crazy stats. It's going to be a really solid build. Now, Tiana is just the one monster I'm looking at here because of arena, because she's new, right? And arena offense. But the other thing with this build is whatever you get as your fastest Swift set could also be used on a Mirene, because we pulled that Mirene for you for the Mirene Taeon Lucian build. That one's trickier because you have to be able to tune the Mirene with the Taeon, which means the Taeon also needs to be fast. So you'll need more Swift runes. And you've got the mana. I mean, you can always move the sets back and forth. But this, to me, is a way to round off a really important build because I think everybody needs a couple of fast Swift sets. I don't know, if you're not a turn 1 player, you don't need a lot of them, but everybody needs a couple of fast Swift sets for those times when you do need to take turn 1. And this would be a huge step forward for you. So that's where I stand with that. I would do the slot 6 attack. Because I think this rune that we did right now, this rune right here, this is a good rune. This is a good rune for like Poseidon or something to get the speed and the crit rate together on a slot 6 attack with the crit damage. This is a solid all-around rune. It's not worth re-upping further with no innate. Now, there was a couple of others in here that we could re-up further, but I don't want to burn all your re-ups speed chasing either. We hit the 29 speed, so it was worth doing a few more for sure, but, the odds of that are really thin. This rune already is really solid. You change this resistance into defense. It's slow, it's not a great Swift rune, but it's a solid rune. I think it will benefit your account, and it's the only target on slot 3. Now, let's see what we got over here. 11 speed. With the HP innate, this is not a good rune, but it's not a good, well, actually for Swift, HP innate is not bad. Let's do, we'll do 2 in this. Hey, congrats on the Masha, man. 27 res. Congrats on the Masha, man. That's a nice pull for you. That'll help you in RTA a lot. Still not a great rune. We just need attack and crit rate. Alright, there you go. Crit rate, crit damage. I just want to make this usable. I just want to make it usable. It doesn't have to be crazy. There you go. Done. Done. Usable. That's a good rune. That's all we needed. Let's use a blue one right here. This is a very solid rune right now. So that was worth a small handful of re-ups. We can use just some blue grinds on this. It's actually a very solid rune. If you think about what a trash rune that started off as, that came out really nice. Okay, so same thing here. This one actually did not roll bad. I didn't roll great, but it didn't roll bad. I don't know if it's worth burning through too many of your re-apps without checking other targets. This one I would just sell. Slot 5 with no innate. It's not worth re-apping. There's no value in this rune. This one we could probably put like 2 or 3 re-apps into. Not too many, but a couple, and see if we get something a little better. 11 crit rate. This side's still better. I think at his stage of game right now, Realist, I think he... Quad on the resistance. But this is still a much better rune. At his stage of game right now, Realist, I think he benefits actually more from the Swift. It's going to help his progression. So that's the reason I'm doing this, because I see where this can help his progression. I wouldn't waste re-apps, but I would re-app for progression. However, we'll stop there. Like I said, I didn't want to do more than like 2 or 3 into that one. This was your only viable target there. This one's not a target. With the 8 attack innate, that's not a target at all. No target with no innate here. They're like 2.5 minutes, Realist. Yeah, Arena is towers. Arena is also early game Guild War offense and siege offense. Or early mid game. Not Arena, Swift. Well, Arena is towers, Swift is Arena. And then in early and early mid game, Swift is also your offenses for Guild War and Siege. There you go, Ronan. With that said, I do think that the re-apps were worthwhile, but I don't see any other... And if you're going to Lucian those bad teams, then you're using Swift to do it. That's the thing. Yeah, we're not talking about crazy Swifts, but you do have to be able to get in front. You do need a couple of sets that are going to be in that plus 180 range. Because you have to, if you're talking, you have to be able to get in front of speed leads and things like that. But like I said, this is, I think, probably, there's no more targets on the Swift that I would do. The only other target, really, it's this one. But with the defense innate, I didn't want to put more than 3 re-apps into it. Defense means nothing on Swift runes. To be fair, defense means nothing on Swift runes, but it's just not... Re-apping slot 5 is really tough, and this rune already has pretty good stats. At this point, I feel like you could either gem the resistance for HP or regem the speed, but I would probably just gem the resistance for HP. The crit rate and the attack work really together, work really nicely together on a Swift rune. So there you go, bro. Slot 6 attack. That would be. He says, go ahead and pick the runes. Okay, so we'll go ahead and pick the runes for you. And then we'll wrap up from there. I'm pretty sure we would have pulled a Kabila out of what we had today. Bro, that Swift rune is so killer, man. That Swift rune is so killer. All right, so there you go, bro. Good luck rolling the runes. We'll take one last look at the Swift rune that we just re-apped. I'm gonna jump back over to my account. Ronan, thanks again for having me do your summons today, dude. I am so genuinely happy for you. To pull what we pulled, and then to hit that re-app in 20 re-app, not even 20 re-apps. I mean, the re-app came in like 5, but it was about 25 total. A couple of other solid upgrades. Bro, huge, huge congratulations, man. All right, so last thing I said, two of you guys had questions. I said ask me when I got back to my account. If you guys can remind me what those questions were. One of them was a Spectra team, right? What did I use for... I don't remember which dungeon he's in. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so I used... Okay. Here you go. This is what I used for Spectra, apparently, was Vertihile Ralk Rena. So the Rena is not runed right now, but this would be a standard super tanky Rena build with resistance. And then, yeah, do I have? I don't think I have either of my Renas ruined. But that would handle the issue of you, because the Bernard is single target, so that makes sense. The Vertihile and the Ralk are doing all your damage, and then the Bernard is just targeting the Rena. Stug, you missed it, bro. It was last week. What would be a Tractor maybe, because Tractor can't be defense broken. Yeah, I think Tractor might be able to work because he's gonna gain do like a Vampire Tractor though. This is a Siege Tractor. Do like a Vampire Tractor, it might work. I don't know for sure, so run it in test mode. But I think Tractor might work in place of the Arena. If not Tractor, maybe Aerial? No, you can't use Aerial in Karzhan, right? It's gotta be 4-star. Yeah. Tractor would be my first. Tractor I think would probably be my first choice. You need a water tank that can't die, so the lack of defense break will allow that Tractor to tank for a long time. But I might do him Vampire because that team... Oh, you know what? Yeah. Could he out heal? Because the thing with the Rena is she's got heal and sustain. I don't know. You could try the Tractor, but I think the Rena is definitely better. I think the Rena is definitely better. All right, was there one other question for my account, or are we wrapped up, guys? Stug, you know very well that I've never done even Calderon B1. I have never even done Calderon B1, bro. Level 1 and the rest is all locked. Okay, so if you're gonna build one, build the Rena, bro. Build the Rena. She's useful in Siege anyway. I do have, yeah, I haven't done either of those, okay. Rank 453. I thought one of these was like super high rank. Maybe it was Sacrion. Oh, there you go. This is rank 6. This was my farming team. So we're talking about... Oh, that's what I said. I said I would build a light Chun-Li team. But here you go, guys. I remembered I had one really fast farming team. So for the Jubel, this is rank 6. This was my actual farming team. I used this to farm up the Jubel. Light Chun-Li, A-Star, Galleon. I think it might have had some fails, though. This looks hacked. No, never mind. Never mind. That's not hacked. Take that back. He's just there for the defense break. Defense break damage. Kind of the same concept. Interesting. Interesting one right there. Asima. Nice. Nice on the Asima. Interesting. This one's hacked. This one's hacked. So it should be rank 5. Alright, let's see if we can do a quick Light Chun... The way we can do a Light Chun-Li team is if I have Light Chun-Li built. I don't remember if she's built or not. That's water. Okay, she's not built. So, no, we can't do the Light Chun-Li team. Stream went pretty late, so we're actually going to wrap up. I think we're going to wrap up there. Alright guys, that's going to be it for today's stream for the Light Chun-Li team. That's you're just going to have your Escher on your fastest Swift. And then Chiwu tuned behind Escher, preferably on Despair, but not really necessary, then followed by the Galleon and the Light Chun Li. Alright guys, on that note, Ronan, congratulations again. Thank you for having me do your summons. Guys, thanks for hanging out on stream, and I'll catch you guys all in the next stream. Have a good one, guys.